Good afternoon, everyone from India. Welcome you all. Warm welcome on fifth day of 7 days online faculty development program on current trends in forensic science education and career goals. And here we are talking about interdisciplinary approach, how to enhance the employability and entrepreneurship. So on fifth day, I want to explain about today's plenary session. First session by Dr. Ravin Sharma, Deputy Director and Scientist D, Central Forensic Science Laboratory, Bhopal, India, on examination of unusual cases of question document. Second session by Dr. A.K. Jaiswal, Senior Scientist, Department of Forensic Medicine, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, India. His plenary session on how to set up a modern toxicology laboratory. Third session by Professor Dr. Robert Green, Professor Forensic Science, Director, Student Engagement, School of Chemistry and Forensic Science, University of Kent, Fellow and Vice President of Chartered Society of Forensic Sciences, Division of Natural Sciences, United Kingdom. His topic on student engagement and the sense of community. Second last session by Ms. Meenakshi Mahajan, Director, State Forensic Science Laboratory, Himachal Pradesh, Shimla Hills, Junga, India. Her plenary session related to forensic science. And last session by Dr. Nidhi Chauhan, Senior Associate Professor, School of Health Sciences and Technology, University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun, India. Her session is on a role of biosensor technology in forensic evidence detection, catalyzing justice. So for first session, I want to invite Dr. Ravin Sharma for his plenary session. Over to you, sir.
So, a very good afternoon, everyone. Today, now, I would like to invite Dr. Ravindra Sharma, a prominent figure in the Indian forensics services as a Deputy Director and Scientist D at the Central Forensic Laboratory Bhopal under the DFSS. So, Dr. Sharma is a renowned question document examiner. He's meticulously analyzed documents for authenticity, forgery, and alterations. His expertise plays a crucial role in legal proceedings and investigations. As a deputy director, Dr. Sharma oversees a team of scientists, guiding them in conducting complex document examinations, ensuring their adherence to rigorous scientific protocols. His leadership extends beyond the lab, as he served as the first appellate authority of CFSLs under DFSS, adjudicating appeals related to information requests. So, Dr. Sharma's dedication and expertise have garnered him well-deserved recognition. In conclusion, Dr. Sharma is a leading forensic expert in documents, analysis, and a dedicated leader and a passionate academician. His contributions to the field of forensic science are invaluable, ensuring the pursuit of truth and justice in India. We welcome you, sir. The stage is yours.
स्क्रीन में आप पूछिए आवाज हेलो हेलो
Yes,
हेलो
sir.
मिश्रा आई एम ऑडिबल
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. You are audible, sir.
ओके आई विल टेक 2 minutes more actually due to some
Okay.
network error na I was facing
Sure, sir. Sure.
I am going to start within 2
Okay,
minutes
sure.
now. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
It is clear.
Yes, it is
Yes,
clear.
sir.
Okay, then we will start because I am not listening or my introduction, so no problem. This is happening in online lectures. So as you have introduced myself, so there is no need to give my descriptions. So today topics on which I have to give lecture, that is the examination of unusual cases of question documents. First of all, unusual word I have used. So I have to be clear that why I use unusual, because those who are having experience or those who are familiar with the examination of question document, that is mean that there are certain principle, and certain principle like is to be compared like. When we are not getting any comparable material, any standard material to compare with the unknown writings or signatures, then we can say that the standard provided for examination are unusual in condition. So before I will go directly, I will talk one of the case. From that, you will be able to understand what is the position of the unusual, why I have used the word unusual in this case. So this is the case study. Here you can see that this is the case study, and there is a document which was issued by the Dogra Nursing Home and Endoscopy Center. Here you will find there is a name. There is a name Sweta, and Sweta has signed. From the cursor I am showing that Sweta has signed this, that I am ready for this type of treatment. And Sweta husband name was Raja. But you will see the structure of signature where it put in. You will not found that it is written in the Raja forms. So we can see that it may be R, and this may be A, and then this may be J, and this may be A. We can make it this form, but this is not the case. Actually, that the document supplied for comparison is of two persons. One is Raja. Raja is the husband of Sweta, and other person was Aman Mahajan. So this was the maybe possible of Aman Mahajan. So we have given the opinion in this case that Raja has not signed this signature. Then who has signed the signature? Now we are not getting this similar type of signature for comparison. You can see in this slide there is a this type of admitted signature of A Mahajan was received. There is A5. This type of signature was received as per the principle of science of handwriting. This is Sweta, this is this signature Q1 cannot be compared with this Mahajan. You can see in a next sheet also, in the red enclosed portion, there is also a Aman. Aman is written. Now it is a difficulty for an expert how to compare all these type of signatures, because in specimen we are not getting the similar model and pattern. So the agency has supplied this type of signature for comparison, and the laboratory was unable to give the opinion, and the laboratory is asking again and again the further material to be provided in order to give the authorship of these cases. So this type of unusual conditions are coming at the time of examination, and mostly that is the more than 99% person say that it has not been possible to give any opinion on this in comparison with the supplied standard material, as the model and design supplied for comparison are not similar to for comparison. But sincere efforts has been given by the expert, and I have seen there is an extended form of writing has been supplied. Here you can see that Aman is here, but here is the position and, that formation of and, the commencement of A, and the making of the oval sign. You will find similar formation in here also. This is the part, commencement was started from here, and it moves like this, and this is the A. And now the story behind is this, that when he has put the signature, he has to put the signature of Raja, but accidentally he put his own signature. What he has done? He has done A-M-A-N. He has written Aman. But then he realized, I have to put the signature of Raja. So what he has done? He has added one stroke of J. And now, as per his conversion, that Raja has signed it. But this is not the Raja, it is all, this is the Aman. And now this type of signatures are supplied for comparison. Then the problems arise, how you can fix, because we are not following the handwriting principle of comparison. That means that similar type of model and design should be supplied for comparison. Then it can only be given opinion. So this is the position that is the unusual. You can see from the juxtaposed chart. Now you are very, very clear that how we can see that this A formation I have taken from this end, A-R-E-R. You can see similar type of A, this type of strokes, but this is the very difficult case. Nobody can give such type of opinion, but in the case I have given the opinion, and my opinion has been accepted by the court also. Now you can see that after that, this is the M-A-N. So you will get this type of strokes, M-A-N, from this type of standards which were supplied to Smith. And this is the habit of putting J. So you can have a comparison with this J. So my things that what are the unusual things? Unusual things are those which are not accounted. So why people are doing all these things? So the psychology, human psychology is that have not wanted to have. जिनके पास नहीं है वो चाहते हैं, and those who have wanted to have more. This culminates into the rich quick syndrome, and this syndrome drives people to commit white collar crimes, that is the financial crimes. Any case which were come to you for examination, then you have to think over it, because you have to think all these things, that what happens, that is a pre-examination inspection. How and when the document was prepared. It's very important factors. How and when the document was prepared and executed. Who prepared it or supervised its preparations. What were the circumstances under which it was executed. How it is affecting the agreed party. Does the physical evidence seem to be contradict some of the claims of one or the other party? These 4 points are very important, because your theory of the documents will be summarized in these points. And if it is clear before examination, then examination part will be easy. Now, further also, you have to see that if the contents of the documents is not in the hand of the person who is alleged to have signed it, reason for the same. You have to be carefully see if any part of contents is crossing the signature, the significance of cross stroke. What are the significance? If the signature is on the revenue stamp, whether a part of it is cross the stamp or not, you have to see. Was more than one kind of ink was used in the preparation of the documents? Are the location, margins, and spacing of the writings and signatures are uniforms? Does the documents contain aberrations, alterations, substitutions, or obliteration of any kinds? Before you go into the examination, you have to see thoroughly the documents. And those who are knowing about the documents, I think they are familiar with the documents, what are the question documents, and what are the standard, and what are the characteristics. So I will not go into details, because my topic is only to discuss with the unusual cases here. So identify the person who is not knowing about the genuine documents, it is very difficult for him to fix the forgery, to fix the did not write signatures or writing of different authorship. So one of the authority, that is the Osborne, says evidence of genuineness all kind is in all ways just the opposite of the evidence of forgery. It is clear that if you having the knowledge of genuine documents, then you can only fix the forged signature or writings, otherwise it not. I want to clear here that here I am talking about only the documents which was on paper, and paper contain the three components, that is the text, that is the signature, and the papers. What is text? Text is the symbol, conventional graphic symbols, just like letters or figures by which the text was prepared. And signature are the graphic forms which the person use to represent himself or to differentiate from the others. And the paper, that is the paper medium we can talk, and this can be having the paper and the ink by which the text or signature was executed by the person. But here is the very important to know. Sometimes there is a normal modification. If normal modification is there, you have to keep in mind that normal modification may be due to the signature can be changed. After that, for example, you know that after the marriage of any female, that the surname she like to change. So there is a slight modification of the signature. Similarly, the text, and because sometimes you are writing, making some text, but in middle, there is a failure of pen, then you will take the second pen, you will complete the text. So there will be a normal modification. Similarly, papers, here also, if you are having one paper which is very old, it doesn't mean ki there is a forged paper you have utilized. So there are certain normal modification. So I can say these three things are very important to make documents. And for me, they all are very important parts, because text is also important, signature also important, but text and signature cannot execute without the paper. So paper is considered the most important part of the documents. Then what are the genuine writing or signatures? They are the anything of any kind that show carelessness on the part of the writer are the sign of genuineness. Speed usually freely and speedily written. Rhythm and uniform flow of writing. Absence of pen lifts, halts and hesitations. Increase in pen lift due to ill health. Ink failure in the initial strokes. Journal similarity. Alignment with respect to guidelines and printed matter. Letter design and range of natural variation. Internal consistency. Now, you know very well that science of handwriting is a progressive science, but we are considering that it is a perfect science also, because handwriting is the product of neuromuscular coordinated motor activity of the individual, hence varies from person to person. The basis that the individual handwriting varies from person to person is termed as a scientific, and it is considered as a science of handwriting. Now, there are the principle which has to be kept in mind, that no two person can write exactly alike. Like is to be compared with like. And when we are comparing the unknown writing with the known writing, then we have to, based on comparison, that what are the similarities and what are the dissimilarities. So we can conclude that whether it is a authorship or different authorships. So unusual cases are only arise in that cases in which we are not getting a sufficient proper standard material for comparison. Now, what is fraud? Fraud an instant or act of trickery or deficit, especially when involving misrepresentation. That now this is further defined, and this is the what type of forgeries are involved. I know everybody was knowing about the simple or freehand forgery, which was not copied. It is simply the person is signing on behalf of other. Simulated means the word is copied. The person is simulating the signature by copying the signature of the other person. And trace forgery, the word is traced. It means tracing by some different methods. So these are the things. So the points comes to the mind that if the person is disguising can be successful, so the answer is not only is it difficult, but it's impossible. Writing is the product of unconscious habit. This is the things which have to kept in mind, that the person who is writing, he is also not familiar with all the writing characteristics of his own writing and habits. So the word unconscious habit, and a human being cannot retain consciousness for long. If you are keeping that, no, I will kept my brain and I will retain. But if you write for a long, you cannot retain. Writer failed to hide those hidden character about which he is not familiar. These are the important things. So I can say that how much he is a good to disguise but not successful. This is also the part to imitate an unfamiliar pattern and to maintain the same movement, impulse along with various body part of matter and overall structure of a writing, as also to create similar condition of pressure variation resulting in natural thin observed in a natural writing is just not possible to reproduce. This is also the very important, that nobody can do all such type of things. So I can simply say, when you are receiving, so simply by examining the part of the signatures, the whole document should be checked by you. So these are the general suggestions. Never not to jump to any enormous conclusion, or any ye to did not, any this is also wrote. So you have to think, you have to examine overall part of these documents, then come to the conclusion. Forgery cannot be presumed on mere denying of the real person. If somebody is denying, if somebody is saying that these signatures are not mine, because in the court sometimes it happens the person is denying his signature, because signature is the real, but the documents is a forged. It means the documents has been built up again, and the text which was written but signatures were real. So it does not say by denying the real person. Basic knowledge is required in the field of the examination of caution documents, because if you are not having basic knowledge, then it is very difficult. Expert services to be essentially utilized. If you are, we are always suggesting to the court also, because in the court judge is not having the knowledge of expert which expert is having. So we are giving that in case there is any need, the expert service should be essentially utilized. The case should be forwarded by the agency to the laboratory, and the expert who is in the laboratory should give the report. Guidance and advice for collecting proper standard material to be sought if required. The person, those who are not familiar with the standard material, how to take and how to preserve it, is should be given advice for collecting. So these are the general suggestions which end. Now I will show you one slide which was given by one person having the same, he can write in two ways. You can see that is the first, that you will find the cursive writings here. That is the high robbers, activists, same time. And here what he has done, he has written with the detached writings. So this was the writing. If you will see, then it is again come to our mind that as per the principle of the science of handwriting, like is to be compared with like. So these two sample which was I am showing, they are not comparable. But we can say when we go in deep and we see, so there are some similarities in both the set of the documents. So you can see I have shown here with the blue pen, or we will go to the figures. You can see with the red figures, there is a figure 5, and here is also figure 5. These two figures having the same commencement of the strokes, body formation and the finish. It means both are having the same structure. So you can say if 5 are of the same quality. If you will see that the formation of the loops in the case of the G, you will find in number of place there is a G, and here also if you will see the portion of G, then you will find the loop of the same size, same shape, and same commencing and terminating strokes. So we can examine these three things from the different characteristics. You can see the person who is having the formation of the N, that is the shoulder of N or shoulder of the H. If you will see in both the cases, you will also found the similar type of M, similar type of N in both the sets. So these are the few things which can be observed, and we can say that yes, these two writings were written by the one and the same person. However, the similar text was not supplied, so we can have it inconclusive report in our case. Now we will have to be very careful that there are two words in the science of handwriting examination. That is, one is simulation and second is disguise. Because these two words are very important, because simulation means the copied of formation. It means the person who was simulating the signature, he was copying the signature. It means that it will be towards the signature. इसका मतलब है कि जो वो कॉपी कर रहा है वो मॉडल उसके क्लोज जाएगा. Secondly, there is a word disguise. Disguise is means that the person who is depart from the normal writing habit of the signature, because he will not going to make a similar type of model and he will be away from the model. So these are the two terms which is have to be kept in mind. That is, now I can something slide I have prepared. Simulated and disguised writing and signature is more difficult, as both process result in writing that is usually close to normal writing with some deviations. This can be accomplished by distinguishing the characteristics of simulation from the characteristics of disguised writing, oblique signatures. Most disguise is superficial, ineffective, and limited to altering one or two features of the handwriting. Now, it is impossible to concentrate on extended passages of writing when attempting to disguise or simulate. The writer's own habit will come through. So these are the some characteristics of the disguise versus simulations. So you can very well see from the books also, there are the deviation in disguise, moderate writing speed, then rhythm is moderate, then there is a change of capital letters, more natural writings. So these are the things you can compare between the disguise and simulation. So now I will give you the second case study, which attempt to conceal the identity by deliberately modifying the writing. That is a complete alteration of signature. If somebody will put his income, if changing incomplete signature, if first part of the signature is real and the last part if he is changing, then you can say the part of the signature can be fixed. But if somebody is doing complete alteration of signature, then it is a very difficult problems for an expert to give an example. In this type of cases, I can say we cannot give the conclusive reports, but we can make a inconclusive reports by saying that there are certain similarities in both the sets of signatures, and on the basis of these certain similarities, we can come to the conclusion that these complete alteration have similarities and be written by the same person, that is toward the authorship. So I will show you now the case which was here. You can see these are the specimen given by the person in a detached form. All specimen writings has been given in a detached form, and these writing has been given by detached form. They are 1, 2, 3, and 4. And you will find that these writing has been attested by the person who has written. There is a name, Shabnam Sharma was written here, and Shabnam Sharma has written, and she was claiming that these signature is mine, but the signature which was put in the examination was not mine, because she has given challenge that my signature, I have not appeared in the examination and some other person has been appeared in the examination, and my candidature has been spoiled. Such a story was she has made. Now you can see these are the type of disputed signature versus specimen signature. Specimen signature has been taken from here. That is the red portions I have taken from here. And this is the question signature. Now, if you will see both the set of the signature, then you will find that it is very difficult to comparison with this part of Shabnam with this part of Shabnam. So we can say that the person has adopted is the different style of signatures. So these signatures, again the problem is arising in the laboratory that they are not comparable. We cannot say comparable. These signatures are very different with this signature. But there is a writing portion also supplied, and we have taken the writing portion, and we find that you will see the formation of letter B. You will see the formation of letter B, the commencing stroke, the movement of the body part, and you will find the similar of the B within the question also. So there are the similarities. Similarly, if you will see that the formation of letter N, you will see the formation of N, you will find there is a similarity in the formation of N in this Shabnam also. Similarly, if you will go with the loop of the H, you will find there are a similarity in formation of the loop of H. So this type of characteristics, if you will study in the writing, then definitely you will say this is the same person who put signature in this formation, and then she has made or he has adopted his similar style in order to disguise his signature. And I can assure that I have examined this case, I have faced the court, and court has given the conclusion that yes, the laboratory has report is definitely correct, and these Shabnam has also agreed in the court. So this type of problems we are getting in the laboratory, but it is very difficult to examine such type of writings, and you have to pay lot of concentration, lot of time has to be consumed, then only you can give the opinion in such type of cases. So these are the things. So just now I have told you that these are the things that in both the cases you will find that the specimen signatures reveals that the writer appeared to adopted a different model of signature appended on the specimen. This is we have mentioned in the report, and the writer changed attributes of signature by deliberate modification in the allographic style of handwriting, which fall in the willful nature of complete alteration of disguised signatures. The extended size and shape in letter formation, change in the slant and relative spacing indicate the disguised signature by the writer in order to with anticipation to disclaim it later. So in the end, we have seen that examination revealed that the writing attributes occurring in the question signatures are not similarly collectively accounted from the specific signatures. However, the hidden writing characteristic mentioned in observation by the FD between the question and specific signature reveals toward the opinion that both question and specimen signature were written by one and the same person. There is also no sign of imitation in the question signature, specimen signature that has been supplied for examination. So these are the some things which has to be keep in mind. Now we have received one case in which we are finding very difficulty, that is the psychological conflict on handwriting. Such type of things we are getting in the case of the suicide notes. When some person is going to suicide, then it is mental position is not good and he is not fit to write any proper message. So this type of one cases we have done, we have received one suicide notes and we found the signature and the handwriting. There are a variation in number of places. So we are not getting the similar text. So I can say the inability of an individual to manage stress result in psychological conflict, which ultimately lead to anxious behavior. This anxious behavior may cause domestic violence or sometimes result in suicidal attempts. The denying declaration in the form of suicide notes is the crucial evidence in such cases. Any conflict in brain and condition of muscles of arms and hand affect the handwriting of an individual. The degree of such effect depends upon the grade of psychological conflict in addition to the condition of muscles of arms and hand. So the person hanged himself with a tree in an open plot. The information in this card was given to the police station. During search, suicide notes were recovered from the scene of crimes. The written content in the suicide note depict that the disease was in the stage of mental trauma caused by his wife and his law. The suicide note, along with the admitted writing of disease, were referred to the laboratory for the identification of the author. Because the person was dead, so there is no question of getting specimen. So similar text cannot be obtained by the investigating agency. The case was referred to us by the courts, so we cannot refuse it. We have to opine and we give the opinion, and we find that there are certain accidental mental position, and there are certain similarity between the question documents, suicide notes, and there is a admitted between the disease writing. These are the two things we have seen. So you can see with this chart, in first portion, there is a shape of the body eyelid. You can see the formation of the movement of the body eyelid in the 4 cases, or they are at the same movement and same position. So we have given the shape of the body eyelids. So we have confirmed that the letter Ma is of the similar type. Similarly, the body eyelid of the letter Na, it is a movement if it is started from the upper and going like this. So movement of the eyelid, that is finish of eyelid, is we are finding in letter Na. Similarly, the commencement of the Bha, you can see the letter of the eyelid of Bha from where it was started. So we will find in both the cases of the same. This is accidental, but these are two are similar. So we are getting different this type of similarity in all the in the note of suicide. So we can conclude by the deep examination, because there is a stroke overcutting also find in somewhere, because mental position is like this. Even spelling mistake also found in the case. Similarly, impulse in vowel sign, commencement and finish of letter Ha, and similarly with the Ja, also movement and shape the body. So these are the writing characteristics which are accidental also occurring, and the similarities also occurring. So we have given the opinion that both these side notes and the admitted writing which was supplied are written by one and the same person. So in this case, what happened? So you should have a good knowledge. Your observation skills should be good. Experience of forensic document examination play a vital role in framing conclusive opinion, because you can very easily say that opinion cannot be given. It has not been possible. But if you want to give any conclusive opinion, then the expert should have a great experience. His observation skill should be, and he must be a knowledgeable person. Similarly, the scientific observation made during comparison and the evaluation must be based upon scientific proof. It means that when we are submitting any reports, when we are giving any report to the court of law, then we have to give the juxtaposed chart in the science of handwriting, by which we can clearly explain the court that these are our scientific observation and during my comparison, and these my evaluation reports. Similarly, the observation will be demonstrable. Your report should be demonstrable and accepted by the court of law. These are very important points, because if you are simply giving in 1 or 2 lines your reports, then your scientific examination and your demonstration in the court is going to be waste. The FDs should evaluate the observation in the light of well-established principle of handwriting identification and detection of forgery. You should also keep in mind this thing also we have kept in this case and we have given. In addition to this, FDs must also consider the intrinsic and extrinsic factor at the time of execution writing, which may affect the handwriting characteristics. The changes due to such factors are always superficial in nature and not the permanent habit of the writers, because this is depend on your mental condition, your muscular position of the hand. Now there is one case which we have received the deciphering the obligated clause in the document to conceal the identity in the deed of the partnership. So one case has been received in the laboratory and we have examined in this case. So there is an arbitration. This type of things has been come. So I will explain. This is the one case. These are the question documents and you will find there is a white fluid in X1, then X2, then X3, then X4. These are the what we can say. There is a party का आपस में वो था कि they have sale one land. कोई land उन्होंने बेची. An agreement was done by the two parties and you can see after some time that this original copy is with this person, that is Q1, Q2, Q3 and Q4 and he has यहाँ white fluids ने paste कर दिया. Now there was a query, what is written in Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4? This was the first question. Second question was there, the photocopy of Q1, photocopy of X1, X2, X3 and X4 is also available. So they want that first of decipherment should be done of X1, X2, X3, X4 and they must fix the photocopy signature. These are the photocopy signature. You can see Q5, Q6, Q7, Q8. These are the photo copy of the same deed and these are the standard which has been taken by the court. So this type of problem has been come. So what we have done in this case, we have used the instrument which was in my laboratory, that is DocuCenter Nevis, and with the help of the document 7 Niswar, we are able to X1. Now you can see X1, X2, X3, X4. There are 4 questions. We have done the decipherment. We found this type of signatures were in the obligated writings. Now what we have done, we have the partial supervision. When this is the standard signatures and this is the question signatures which has been. So when we have superimposed, we will find these both the signatures are superimposing on each other. It means the photocopy which were with one person, that was tally with this type of signatures. It means this type of white fluid has been made. These signatures on X1, X2, X3, X4 tally with the photocopy of the signature, and these signatures were this signature was then fixed by the expert and give the opinion. These are the observation which has been. I told that there is a DocuCenter Nevis in our laboratory, and on application of Lumi filter at about 750, the emission, the negative image of obligated signature become visible. The negative image, because what from the back side of the reverse side of the equipment has been used, and we are able to get the visible image of the negative. The negative image was then converted to positive image using flip tools. So these decipherment signatures in the obligate portion X1 to X4 were closely superimposed on the signature mark Q5 to Q8. So these are the things we have examined. So it doesn't mean, because some people are saying that this has been manipulated with the help of the digital forgery. So that was not the case. As the principle of science of handwriting identification, no one can write exactly alike, and there are normal or unusual deviation in the repeated handwriting specimen of an individual. The absence of natural variation and superimposition of a mentioned set of signature depict they are identical in nature. So these are the things which we have examined. Now I will take one more case to you, which is very important. This is also the case of agreement to sell. That person, before executing any signatures, he has kept in mind that I will going to make a signature in some different forms. So at the same time, when he was signing on agreement of sale, he has put the 5 type of signatures. You can see, if you will see the 5 type of signature in the same agreement and on the same date, you will find there are certain variations there are certain changes in the signature, because in the first signature you will find this type of material is coming. Now in second portion you will find this type of signatures, and then third you will again find that this type of signature, and this is a finish. And similarly in the 4 and in 5. But you will see in the 5 questions there are some similarities also, and I have told you earlier that you have to keep in mind that the forgery, there are 2 symptoms: either it is a simulation or it is a disguised signature. So here is the case, if it will be a simulation signature, तो it means सारे जो मॉडल हैं आपके वो सारे मॉडल एक से होने चाहिए थे. तो it means that this signature has not been simulated. This signature has not been simulated, क्योंकि कोई भी forger होगा तो वो क्या करेगा, कॉपी एग्जिट करने की कोशिश करेगा पांचों सिग्नेचर. और इस केस में क्या है कि पांचों सिग्नेचर्स में काफी वेरिएशन है. So there is a conflict in mind that this person who is signing on the same time, same date, same then how some things are coming. So there is a variation in all type of signatures. So what we have done, they have supplied us in number of specimen. So they have supplied the number of specimen. Some of the specimens has been shown here in the form of the Gestapo chart, and we got the admitted writing also. You can see here also, he is trying to make similar type of signature. All signatures are of the same time. But in the case here, he is writing Aroda. This is the portion he was giving. So if you will see, but some similarities are coming in this also case, middle structure also came. So I will clear it by the formation of the Gestapo chart. When we are examining in detail, you will find by the arrow, you can see with the arrow I have shown that this similarity is coming here. This portion of commencement, this portion of commencement is coming here. Formation of this type of loop is coming, this type of loop is coming. So you have to be very careful that everything will not be accounted in one signature. But if you will see, some part will be accounted here, some part will be accounted here, some part will be accounted here. And on the basis of the inter-sig comparison and examination, we can conclude that this type of signature are the showing the sign of disguise, and these 2 signatures. Very important thing, you can see this movement also. You are finding here also this movement. This is very peculiar movement. Nobody can make such type of movements. So the signature is variation is there, but on a very deep study, if you will go and you will find that these both type of signatures has been written by one and the same person, and there is no question of any different authorship. So we have given, even in this case also, if you will see, there are some figure also in one question documents, that is the 2, then 2 formation you are getting from here, and 8 you are getting the formation of 8 also. These are the additions statistics we can add it in our opinion. So I can say, when you are getting any case in the laboratory for examination, so by the first instance you cannot say, oh no, ये तो did not है, ये तो इसका है ही नहीं है. So it is very difficult, because those who are having the experience in this field of examination document, they can only realize. Otherwise you can say simply, if you don't want to work for more hours, then you can say it has not been possible. But I have given the opinion, and it means it takes number of hours, number of days, and number of months also, because I know that this case was finalized by the laboratory in a year after sending back again this case to the agencies, that we need a further material in this case, because we cannot, because according to them this case was a did not writing, and for us it was not a case of did not writing. In all the cases which I have shown today, all are having any something complications, and they are not a very straight cases. That is very unusual conditions. We are not getting similar type of text, sometimes we are not getting similar type. So this is the things. So these are the observations, very important. in this case also, question standard freely written लिखे हुए हैं, there is no sign of imitation, and in disputed signature we have considered that is an unsuccessful attempt to disguise the writing habit on the part of writer has made. So these close security reveals, अगर हम उसे ढंग से एग्जामिन करेंगे तो हमें ये पाएंगे कि there are undeniable similarities between these two sets of the signatures, which I have shown you in the juxtaposed chart. So these are the things we have to be concluded in the minds. Now there is a one more case I will show, because I have to be kept here. This is also one case, and in this case also, just like a trace forgery, in this case also we are not able to fix the authorship with the person that who has done, because fraudulent alteration of the figures in the answer book copy by means of modifying letters with ink of same kind and same color. Now you have to be see that when somebody is modifying letters, there is a sign of alteration, but if he is doing with the same kind of inks and same color, you can say there is a alteration. Similar in the case of trace forgery, when somebody is tracing the signature, we can say these are not the genuine signatures, these has been traced by different methods, but the authorship could not be given because trace forgery can be treated as a drawing forgery. They are the drawing. So similar in this case also, we have received one case. Here is the answer book, and this answer book you will find there is a questions written 1 2 3 4 5 6, so many questions are there, 5 6 I think there are these, but in the case you will see with the red enclosed portion, I have enclosed with the red portion, these are the question writings. These are question writings. I will show you in some big images. So there are you will see this is A, 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 and this is B. A can be made with C letter. If somebody, किसी ने अगर ये पहले आंसर में C लिख दिया है, तो C को A से बड़ी easily convert कर सकता है by addition of the one strokes. Similarly, it happened here also. Similarly, it happened here also. Similarly, here, all in all the sheets, we are finding the aid. Now the problem is coming that the agencies are asking that is there alteration in this questions? Then we can say alteration. We can also give the opinion what was present first, that whether it is C or whether it is B or whether it is D. So we can say by the addition of strokes, but we cannot say that who has done this type of additional stroke, who has done, because these are having a limitation of data also. And in this case, when we are getting the different type of same type of inks, so you can see here this is the signature which has been added from here, and there was C, it was made as A. Similarly also here somebody has started here, I have shown with the red arrow, and you can see this is the, and afterward it was the added and became A. So there is a alteration, there is a change. So this type of problems also we are getting in. You can see this is very well that it is C, it is start from here, it is a C, later on it was one stroke, and this was make a B. So it is clearly understood that here there is a additions, but the expert cannot give the authorship in all this type of signatures, and specimen were also supplied in this case to fix the authorship. And you will see how the agencies are also involved in type of giving specimen. Here also in the specimen we are finding in all these A, B, there is a addition of these strokes. It means similar they have given. It means they are not freely. This specimen which was supplied for examination, they are not freely. Moreover, laboratory could not able to give the opinion on the alter score, the authorships. So this type of problems we are getting in the laboratory. So I think you are able to understand. So I will simply say they are deliberately designed to implement the form of unused. इसकी जरूरत नहीं है. Now the last slide. it is very difficult to copy exactly the forms and more so the movement characteristics of another writer and the copy of the forms and to the same time maintain the movement and speed of another writer simultaneously is practically impossible. This is the basis of the successful detection of most of the simulation forgery in whatever way they are produced. So with this, I will take, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your very knowledgeable session. Yes, participants, now session is open for question and answer. Any question from audience? So, sir, very well described about such cases. Very useful for us, for faculties, research scholars. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
There is not any question from the audience.
Nice. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. So for next session, we are going to take 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes break, okay? When Dr. A.K. Jaiswal sir will join, we will start our second session. IT team, please post the meeting. So now I wish to welcome our next eminent resource person, Dr. A.K. Jaiswal, Senior Scientist, Department of Forensic Medicine, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Amanath. I am going to start about the how to set up this modern toxicology laboratory, and that is required. I have made this presentation for this hospital setup, but we can change according to our need. What is the basic requirement of this toxicology laboratory? Human resource is a first important things required ki how much resource person we need. Like this, we need chief scientist or chief toxicologist, forensic scientist, laboratory technician, technical officer, laboratory assistant, laboratory attendant, and other non-technical staff. Space for toxicology laboratory, what type of space we need? We have categorized according to our need in All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Like one place we need.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, I'm audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Any slides, sir? Any PPT is there?
Slide is not visible?
No, sir.
Now it is visible?
No, sir.
Now?
Yes, yes, now visual, sir.
This is about the human resource.
Yes, sir.
Space, how much is space required? It is also very important because sometimes we are getting single room and we have start this toxicology lab. That is not feasible. We need complete infrastructure. Otherwise, lot of toxic chemicals, fumes, etc. So it should be segregated in proper way. Like this visitor room, if any samples are coming or anybody coming for the sample collection, reports, etc. So we need at least a visitor room. Conference room. Case opening is very important. It should be opened under the camera, so it should be digitally equipped like that. area of the sample analysis we have classified into 3 categories. Bisra cutting room required and extraction and isolation. This unit should be very big, at least 30 by 40 square feet, means 1200, not less than 1200 square feet. It required minimum size. If we having space, we can go for bigger size. And then screening for we need, and another space required for the sophisticated analytical instrument. That should be further classified according to instrument like GC and HPLC we can keep in a one room. GC head space required another, LC mass, ICP mass, different separate room required, FTIR. So different instrument required different room. Washing area. Another we need this washing area. It should be equipped with the proper ventilation system, and we should, even though dishwasher, if we have budget permitting, we should keep the dishwasher, and sterilization system should be also there in washing area. Another requirement is store, because we are keeping all the item in a single place like chemical, glassware, and other consumable, everything, but it should be segregated and kept in a separate place. Similarly, record should be maintained and it should be kept in record room. And this record room, we should make the compactor. A compactor should be fireproof. It should be, at least if in case of fire, it can sustain this fire. Space for manpower. We should also keep it space or cubicle we should make for this laboratory people, so they can, after conducting the experiment, they can go to their place, make their report, calculation, etc. they can do. Otherwise, sometime what happening, they are working in the laboratory and they are used to keep eat, etc., reporting, etc., everything they are doing there, but that is not good way. So it should be proper place. It should be small, but it should be separate from, away from the laboratory. And canteen also required for this. This blueprint we have made for this toxicology laboratory, how it should be like this, like we have made one layout. We should arrange like this instrumentation area, GC mass, ICP mass, AS, IR, FTIR, UV, GC, HPLC, HPTLC, and screening test. Similarly, LC room, means according to required, we have, it can be changed according to need and according to sample size, how much sample, how much this sample load is there. Accordingly, we can change this area. But generally, we have made like this. This is more than enough for a toxicology laboratory in a medical setup. Engineering specification is also very important when we are preparing the hall and etc. Toxicology laboratory floor should be, walls how it should be, like GCMS, ICPMS we are putting, that time wall should be different and painting should be, otherwise this metal will come in that analysis. Ceiling, doors, lighting, how much lighting required, work benches, all the benches should be granite fitted. Otherwise, if wooden or steel, then it will not work. Similarly, sanitary fitting we need in according to laboratory requirement. Refrigeration system also we need. Communication, ventilation should be properly, especially in extraction and isolation unit, proper ventilation should be there. Otherwise, we should have all the corners should be fitted with the fume hood. Air conditioning required for all the instrumentation like GC mass, ICP mass, HPLC. It need this air conditioning. It is better we should put 2 AC in a single room. So one by one we should run. Noise control is also very important for the toxicology laboratory. Then fire protection, water supply, electricity supply, or chemicals. Another requirement is use chemical, and chemical should be classified in organic and inorganic, and it should be kept in separate place. Otherwise, sometime organic chemical are highly flammable and that will cause this fire. These are the chemicals we have listed. It is a few chemicals, but there is a big list of the chemicals. But When we are starting in initial phase, we can go up to this chemical. Besides this, we need glassware. Glassware is also, we need this flask, volumetric flask, separating funnel. Similarly, lot of glassware required. According to the requirement of the experiment, we can arrange like Gucci operator, funnel, etc. Plastic ware are nowadays very also like tips. We need this storage of these chemicals. Sometimes sample preparing, after preparation, we have to keep it for a few days. That should be also kept in torsion tubes. So plastic ware also we should purchase. And generally, we have made this list of the plastic ware we are using. What we are using, that we have made the list. Reference standard. Often this is very important, and getting reference standard is very difficult. So drug standard, we are getting difficulty, especially bind drug, we are not getting, but we can request the UNDCP, United Nations Development this drug development program. They will give free of cost if you make the import certificate on the name of institute and proper custodian. We can get the samples of standard there, but they are giving very few, very, you can say like they are sending 100 milligram, 200 milligram. But once we will consume it, they can again, they will send. So it is better we should get it from there, and as maximum are available with market, we can purchase by them. Similarly, the pesticide standards. Pesticide standard we can get easily in market, it is available. Still, it is a costly. They are giving 1 gram pure this pesticide in costing about 10,000, 20,000, bearing about the purity. That purity should be standards. Purity should be not less than 98%. Better we should procure 99.99% purity of the pesticide. That will be very useful and very important for the when we are doing the quantitation. For quantitative analysis, we can get lesser purity, then also we can work. I use automatic. This similarly metallic standard. We need either we can get the pure metal standard, or we can get the compound like arsenic. We can take the arsenic trioxide, arsenic pentoxide, mercury chloride. We can prepare by procuring these chemicals. Otherwise, nowadays available ready-made prepared like 1000 ppm standards are available in market that we can purchase. And one, we should have a mix of 5-10 these metals. If we are preparing from the compound, it will be cheaper, but chances of error and this purity will not come up to that mark. But when we are procuring this prepared like 1000 ppm lead, arsenic, mercury, that is very easy, and we can use 100 ml packs are coming, and this is a 1000 ppm concentration. By that we can dilute and we can work. This is also available with maximum supplier. They can give this ICP and AS standard. Again, list of HPLC standard. We sum the HPLC standard. We can't say, we can tell the HPLC reagent. But when we are using the HPLC, we need this special grade of the chemical that is called HPLC grade. If even the water also, what we are using, that required the HPLC grade. If you are having the milli-Q system or ultra purification system, we can use the water from there. Otherwise, we should purchase and other chemicals, or it is in pack of 1 liter and 5 liter. Some chemicals are available in 2.5 liter also. Better we should procure a small size. If we are taking bigger size, some suppose contamination will be there, then whole 5 liter will go wastage. So always we should try to take the small package, even though it is a little costly, but that is advisable. Equipment, another major requirement of the laboratory is that equipment. And equipment is classified into 2 categories, minor equipment and major equipment. Minor equipment like this oven, pH meter, refrigerator, analytical balance, dispenser, hot plate, ultraviolet viewing chamber, deep freezer, water, but a lot of this small that costing, when we have classified as a minor equipment, if cost is less than 2 lakh, then it is called, we are considering as a minor equipment. If cost is more than 2 lakh, 3 lakh, then we are considering as a major equipment. So these are the huge list of the minor equipment. These are the minor equipment we can procure. It is easily available with common vendor. These are the gas purification panel, UV chamber, dispenser also we should keep it. When we are using, suppose hexane, acetone, sulfuric acid, nitric acid, it should be fitted with dispenser. Because when we are going to draw 5 ml, we are measuring with measuring cylinder, it will come, spill, then and wastage also there. If once we will fit this dispenser, we can take the required amount, 2 ml, 1 ml, 10 ml, whatever we want. So it is better this, if we having 5 liter bottle, 2.5 liter bottle, it should be fitted with the dispenser. So required, it is varying from 0.1 ml to 10 ml we can draw. So whatever required, there will be no loss of the chemical reagent, and the safety of the concerned people is also there by using the dispenser. So dispenser should be put, and there will be very less chance when we are taking the liquid from the dispenser to fire, etc. We can avoid by keeping the such type of dispenser. So we should keep it, separate dispenser are coming for corrosive acid and separate coming for organic liquid. So we should purchase separate for organic separate. We should not mix, like sometime what happening, they are taking the dispenser from acid bottle and they will put in organic bottle. No, this is not good, because acid, it is a very corrosive material and it is separate dispenser are coming. It is little bit costly, but separate is there. This miscellaneous item like filter paper, different type of filter paper available in 40, 41, 42, gloves, protective goggles also required when we are working with hazardous chemical. We should keep it this, like this few items, these miscellaneous items. Now we have divided how to set up toxicology laboratory. We have divided into 3 phases, because when once we start new laboratory, single phase, if it is not possible to start the work. So we have divided in developing first, second, third phases. Even though we can divide in further if required 4 phases also, but we should go and develop in phase-wise manner. That will be more better and advisable, and accordingly manpower, space, everything we can fix. Like phase 1, when we are setting this like new level, AIMS has been started, so we are setting like this. In first phase, we are only advising for the qualitative analysis. Don't go for the quantitative analysis. Only do this qualitative, and that we are recommending if a toxicology laboratory, 1 technical officer and 1 lab assistant, 1 technician available, then we can start. For this chemical, few chemicals we have listed. Glassware also we can purchase like this, plasticware. And space for first phase we are asking 1,000 to 1,200 square feet. If space available, we can start the qualitative analysis and experiment in that. First phase we will start TLC. Then cubate test for alcohol analysis. Screening test or spot test for drugs using kit, and carbon monoxide, test of phosphine, and screening of drug. Minor equipment like refrigerator, micropipette, oven, pH, these may be purchased in first phase. Major equipment we can purchase like this UV visual spectrophotometer and live water purification. Very important, we should purchase first phase. Why? Lot of water required for arranging the chemicals, cleaning the chemicals, and feeding this preparation of the solvent. We need the water. So better we should purchase the plant costing not more than 5 to 7 lakh. And we can use in different washing for arranging, and ultra pure for this water we can get for this preparation of reagent, solution, etc. we can prepare. So in first phase, lab water purification system should be purchased. These are the thin layer chromatography, how to set up thin layer. These are the requirement of this is a TLC plate. Even we can prepare. Otherwise, if when we are starting in initial phase, it should be pre-coated TLC plate should be purchased. This is viewing cabinet. If we don't have TLC jar, we can simply use the beaker. This is TLC process. This is TLC plate. Put this spot and standard and sample, develop it in the jar, and after development, you view with UV cabinet, or you can spray with reagent. Different test, TLC conditions, spray reagent, what can we use, then solvent, color of spot, how it will come, we have developed. Cubate test, it is very commonly used test for the alcohol screening. A person having consumed alcohol or not, it is routinely coming in hospital setup for drunken driving cases, and we are performing the cubate test. It is very simple test. This is a cubate apparatus fitted in conical flask. How we are conducting here, we are taking the blood sample, and here we are taking the acidified potassium dichromate solution. And after taking the potassium dichromate solution and blood, we plug this cubate with a conical flask and keep it for 10 minutes at room temperature in summer season. If it is cold, then we have to put it in oven for 5 to 10 minutes. Clear green ring will form, which confirms the presence of ethyl alcohol. We are doing by screening. If it will come positive, then we will send for the quantitative analysis. Otherwise, we are reporting negative. So screen, it is very easy. A single person can do the 100 to 200 sample in daily, because there is only required this one chemical, potassium dichromate already. Once you can prepare, we can use it at least 1 week. And similarly, here sample, blood sample, urine, whatever you having sample, we can put, and we'll get very beautiful this ring. Next, we can perform this test like this, spot and color test for screening. There are two types of test in this, wet classical and screening by kit. Wet classical means we have to take the test tube. After extraction, we have to perform the group test, group analysis, color test. And screening by kit means already manufactured kits are coming. We can procure the kit and we can start the testing. Wet classical, we are different chemical, ethyl alcohol by dichromate test, methyl alcohol by Schiff's reagent, cyanide, benzodiazepines, opium, barbiturate, tranquilizer, organophosphor, all the tests we can do by the color test. Already it is prescribed in book, we can perform. But sensitivity of this color test is very low. If it is in a higher quantity, then it will response. If it is in low quantity, it is very difficult to come. But in kit, it is a very easy, it will come, because their cutoff value is nanogram. So we are here using the multi-drug testing kit for urine and multi-drug testing kit for the blood. Two types of kits we are having. This is a urine kit. We can scan 12 drugs simultaneously by using this kit. This is front view and this is a back view. How we are doing these 12 drugs. We can screen in a single drop of urine, like cocaine, amphetamine, methamphetamine, THC, MTD, MDMA, morphine, opiates, PCB, barbiturate, benzodiazepine, TCA. All the 12 drugs immediately, once we are getting the sample from this emergency, we'll take this card, open the card, and immediately put the 1 drop of this urine sample, and we'll get the result. How it is performed, you see, like control, like and treated. This is a control, treated. Negative, positive, how we are performing, the color line appear in control and color line appears in test result, the negative result. In both it will come, that is negative. Control C and no line in treated. It is positive. This is positive sample. And if there is no color or band in control and treated, this is invalid. So clearly we can distinguish it is negative, positive, or invalid. Like this, it is mentioned at kit also. If both lines are coming, that is a negative. Single line appear, that is positive. No line means we have to repeat the test. Test is invalid. Similarly, multi-drug kit available for the blood. It is little bit different. You see this view. And here only we can scan 10 drugs. In urine, we can scan 12 drugs, but here we can scan 10 drugs: cocaine, amphetamine, marijuana, THC, methadone, morphine, opiates, PCB, barbiturate, benzodiazepine, and TCA. We are screening by this kit. Regularly, we are doing, because in the living case, we are getting urine and blood. So we have to perform this drugs screening by these two matrices. This you see same pattern here also, negative. If both line will appear, that is negative. Only one line appear, positive. If it is a no line, means invalid. Analysis of carbon monoxide test. It is a very easy test. We are performing carbon monoxide test. We have to dilute 50% blood and we have to make this 50% NaOH solution, make a mix equal volume and observe. Cherry red color confirm the presence of the carbon monoxide. Similarly, phosphine. In the zinc phosphide, aluminum phosphide cases are coming, that time we can analyze the phosphine. And it is also mercury bromide test we are performing. We have to put the mercury bromide filter. It will change the color by masking the CS2 gas, etc. UV visible spectrophotometer. It is simple instrument available, I think, in all and every laboratory. The basic principle, absorbance is directly proportional to the path length as well as concentration. So it is Indian make instrument, ECI, Electronic Corporation India Limited. We can use this machine. We can purchase this very, I think, coming 5 lakh rupees nowadays. And in pure condition, we can analyze all the samples. If it is impure, that is problem. We have to first purify. Otherwise, lambda max will shift either side up and down. So here we have to first purify the chemical. If impure chemicals, we have to purify. This is lab water purification system. I told you, ultra purification water system. This is a system by which we can get RO water, we can get single distilled water and double distilled water, and then ultra pure water. All 4 type of water we can get by this machine. RO water can be utilized for drinking purpose. Laboratory people can take and drink. Distilled water for washing, double distilled water also for preparing these solutions, or sometimes rinsing purpose, and ultra purification water required for the feeding HPLC, TMA, GLC, or any standard preparation we can use. So this machine is Indian machine, Rion India. Earlier we used to take this water from Miliq water. It was Germany made, that is costly, and consumable were very costly. But this machine having Indian make, so cost is very less in compared to Miliq water. So this machine should, and when we are purchasing this machine, it should be kept in mind that machine should be purchased with warranty with consumable. Otherwise, consumable is very costly, and vendor time to time, every month they will ask this consumable required, that required. So to avoid this, when you are purchasing, take the CMC and warranty with consumable to smooth running of this laboratory. This is another equipment. If budget allows, we can purchase microwave digestion system. When we are getting blood, urine, sometime digestion required because we have to convert into transparent liquid. So we can do the open digestion, but open digestion, chances of spotting, chances of loss, chances of oxidation, reduction, so many, breaking of the molecule. So microwave digestion should be also purchased in first phase, so we can digest the sample. It is China make this model. It is a very useful machine. Before that, we having another 2-3 suppliers are there, and it is a different according to sample load. We can purchase the machine. Here we can load the 10 sample at a time. We having nowadays machine, we can load 100 sample together. If your required is less, we can purchase the 4 sample carousel also. It is a 10 samples we can load at a time. To means 10 sample we can digest in a single stage. This is the cost of this small equipment, this minor major equipment like this chemicals cost, glassware, TLC, this minor equipment, UV visual live water purification micro, it will come about 34 lakhs. Means in first phase, if we should have budget of 34 lakh, except the manpower and space. So we can start this experiment, what I have explained. After then, if developing the first phase and working, we should work at least 1 financial year, so we can feel the what type of problem, what we are facing, the problem that can be resolved, and after then we should enter the second phase. Second phase, we should start the quantitative analysis along with qualitative. Qualitative, what we are doing, we have to continue. Besides that qualitative, we should start the quantitative analysis. For that, we need the reference standard. We have to increase the manpower. We have to increase the machinery, small equipment, as well as major equipment. And space also required. Like you see, HPLC, GC, GCHS, atomic absorption, trace metal analyzer. Atomic absorption or TMA, in both we can purchase only one. But at least in first phase, when we are second phase, we are going for quantitative analysis, we should purchase GC and HPLC. 2 instruments is must, so we can do the quantitation of the drug, we can do the quantitation of the pesticide, we can do the quantitation of other chemicals. So we need GLC and HPLC. This Roumel equation, trace metal analyzer, atomic absorption, we can put together one single room by 10 by 10 size, 10 square feet, 100 square feet, we can arrange. Similarly, gas chromatography and high performance liquid chromatography, HPLC, we can put together 2 room required, 10 by 10, means 100 square feet. Similarly, manpower also required. We can, one technician or one technical officer should be engaged for both instruments to keep all this logbook, consumable, spare parts. We have to maintain the service, CMC, etc. to look after at least 1 person required for 2 instruments and another 1 person required for this gas chromatography HPLC, who can look after, maintain all the inventories. And the qualification of the manpower, it should be not less than BSc, MSc. At least BSc should be or analytical chemistry or organic chemistry or chemistry, but minimum graduation with science background required. HPLC, this we having Dionex Ultimate 3000 HPLC. We are using for the drug analysis and few pesticides which are not analyzed by GLC. This is GC head space we are using for the quantitation of the alcohol, ethyl alcohol. GC, it is GC, and this is the head space. Both are from the Agilent, USA. And we can do by this instrument quantitation of drug, pesticide, but we have dedicated this machine for the only alcohol analysis. And we have purchased this machine in 2014, and still it is giving very good result, very rugged instrument. Very less problem is coming. We are hardly in a year we are calling the engineer to come and see the machine, because we are not disturbing the setup. If you'll change the column, everything time to time, then it will create problems. So better we should have multiple GC. If budget allows, we should put multiple GC for drug separate GC, for pesticide separate GC, and for alcohol. If budget is, otherwise we have no option. We have to change. We have to change the column and go for this analysis. But for that, manpower should be trained. Atomic absorption spectrophotometer, we have purchased the Skyray instrument, AS 9000 model for the heavy metal analysis. And this machine is equipped in all three: flame, graphite, and VC. All three modes are there. We can analyze all this range of the heavy metal by using this machine. Then a trace metal analyzer. Another we having one machine. It is a very small machine based on the polarography and voltammetric technique. But limitation of this machine, we can't do more and more sample. In day, we can't analyze more than 4 or 5 sample. It is very sensitive, but detection limit is very, very low. Even though we can go up to PPT, PPB, we can't work in a PPM. It will work in PPB, PPT, but limitation is that we can't analyze more and more sample. If it is a pure condition or a water sample, analysis is very easy. But when it is coming matter from biological material like blood, tissue, urine, that time extraction, etc., is a very tedious process. And we have to extract, then we have to go this one. So what it is a electrode based. If any impurity will there, impurity will get it deposit. And once impurity will deposit, the metal deposition and removal is very difficult. That time we have to clean the electrode, then we can start the experiment. So more, if sample load is more, then we can't do. But it is a very good instrument. Even though we can, some compound as directly we can analyze by this instrument. Then phase third, if GC, HPLC we have purchased, then third phase we have to take this modern advanced equipment. In that category, we need GC MSMS, LC MSMS, and ICP MS. These three equipments should be purchased, and these are the very advanced instruments. For this, we need good space, we need trained manpower, and this chemical and reagent required for this machine is a supra pure chemicals, not a laboratory or AR grade will work. How to get the room allocation? GCMS requires separate instrument, single room required. LCMS also requires single room. We can't keep with other instrument. And ICP MS also required single room. At least 3 equipment required, 3 instrument, and size should be not less than 100-150 square foot. Similarly, manpower, at least 1 qualified person, BSc, MSc, we should dedicate GC MSMS, LC MSMS, ICP MSMS with proper training. It is better when we are purchasing this such type of machine. First phase, while purchasing, we should ask 1 person, trained person for 6 months. They should sit with laboratory person, trained 1 or 2 manpower. Then our person, student, or anybody can operate the machine. If you not train them properly, it will not run. Running it will be very difficult. So qualification should be at least BSc. If possible, we should take MSc person with training. Send them for training in company. We can send you train them. Otherwise, if a person is sitting for 6 months, they can learn the operation, etc. very easily. Gas chromatography, it is a very essential. We can do the quantitation and quantitative of all drugs, chemicals, pesticide. Easily we can do. Similarly, ICP-MS, we can analyze by this machine, heavy metals, all the heavy metals, and this beauty of this machine, we can analyze this heavy metal 20, 30 simultaneously. We are doing sequentially, one by one. Arsenic, then lead, one by one. We have to rotate this lamp, then we have to do feeding there. So lot of sample requirement is there. Here we can set the what type of metal, how many metals we need. So single stretch we can do this, that metal. Nowadays, report this ThyroCare and etc. They are reporting for clinical purposes 20 metal at time. They are charging for 5,000 for 20 metals. LCMS, it is the ultimate instrument for drug analysis. All the drugs we can analyze by using this method, and this qualitative as well as quantitative, both we can do this by this machine. This is cost required for this setting up laboratory. GCMS, we are purchasing at least 1.5 crore. ICP-MS required 2 crore. And this LCMS, we having several models, starting from 2 crore to 4 crore, 5 crores. So Arbitrave, it is a very good and sensitive machine that will cost about 3 crore 50 lakh. Means third best cost will be 7 crore. A total cost, you see, for first phase, second phase, and third phase means 839 crore, means 8 to 9 crore rupees required. Then we can set up this toxicology laboratory, modern toxicology laboratory, 10 crore rupees will be sufficient. We can set up all these things. Besides this, manpower and space. About facility available with Thames, what we are doing, how, what type of equipment, what facility available. I'll give the little brief about this. This laboratory was initiated in this 1988, and medical legal analysis started after this. My joining 2007, we have started full-fledged reporting. Now we are doing this, all this analytical services, PhD, MD, PG training, and BISRA analysis in referral cases we are doing. If it is monitored, CBI monitored cases, it will come, then we'll do. It will, if a High Court, Supreme Court monitored case, then our referral, any referral cases from the referred from any sources, which should be not less than referred from the High Court and Supreme Court. That we are also doing. And we are doing all the alcohol cases from whole South district. List of poisons being analyzed in toxicology laboratory. These are this pesticide we are covering. All this pesticide we are doing because these standards are available with us. Besides this, analysis of common household poison, it is coming like phenate, heat, good night, liquid. Household poisonings are very common in Delhi, and that is coming in a hospital. So we are analyzing for this. Aluminum phosphide and zinc phosphide, even though it is very less, but still it is coming. Analysis of alcohol we are doing, cuvettes and head space. It is, we are taking the sample all the South Delhi only. Carbon monoxide, it is also very common, and we are receiving the cases. Cyanide poisoning we are doing, but nowadays cyanide poisoning is not coming. From last 5 years, we have not received any cases of cyanide poisoning. And heavy metal poisoning also we are analyzing. And heavy metal nowadays, neuro people, they are suspecting a lot of cases. They are sending the sample. Parkinson disease, not gripping are coming, means they are suspecting neuropathy. They have taken exposed with arsenic, lead. Generally printing people, a worker working in this printing technology, they are exposed with the lead. Battery automobile company, they are also exposed with the lead. So such type of samples are coming. Challenges, what challenges we are facing? Space, because we having a limited space. Emergence of the new drugs. Sometimes new drugs are coming, so we need standard immediately. That is not available easily. So we have to either synthesize or we have to procure somewhere. Better we should have solution. What is solution? Keep on developing new method. Always we should try to develop the new method. We should have synthetic group of scientists also. Better are 1-2% who can synthesize any drugs for standard purpose. Should have the modern and advanced instrument. Always we should keep on changing. If new technology, new machines are coming, we should have synthetic group of scientists. I told NMR, but we having this NMR facility in NMR division, separate division, we are getting NMR done there, and all the advanced instruments should have. This thing I have published one article, planning and designing of modern toxicology laboratory, where detail we have explained about this chemicals, glassware requirement, source, house, everything we have tried to explain, so anybody can read and can go for this one. These are few references, and I have written one book. There we have mentioned all this about this, how to set up the laboratory, everything, that article also there. And I am releasing one, the Journal of Forensic Chemistry and Toxicology. If there are articles, you can send here for publication. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Any question, any query?
Thank you, sir, for your very nice, knowledgeable session. How to establish the modern toxicology lab. Thank you very much. Now session is open for question answer. Chintan, please manage. Yes, participants, please ask questions.
Participants, if you have any query, please just drop the message in the chat box.
Yes, Arjun.
Sir, I think there is no questions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Amarnath, for
Thank you so much.
conducting
Thank you
this
so much,
one
sir.
and giving me
Thank you, sir.
opportunity to explain.
Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, bye.
Bye, sir. Adam. So now I want to welcome our next eminent resource person. Arjun, please introduce about Professor Robert.
Yes, sir. Sir has joined, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh. So good afternoon, everyone. It is my immense pleasure to introduce to you a leader and pioneer in the field of forensic science, a figure who has not only shaped the discipline but also left an indelible mark on countless crime scene investigations, Professor Dr. Robert Greene, OBE. With almost 30 years of experience, Professor Greene is more than just a renowned academic. He's a seasoned veteran, having tackled countless serious crime scenes throughout his career. His expertise extends beyond the lab, encompassing management, consultancy, and national reviews of forensic services. In fact, his groundbreaking work on Operation Advice, a national program for cold case rape investigations, is a testament to his unwavering commitment to justice. Professor Green's impact extends far beyond individual cases. He actively shapes the landscape of forensic science as a director of student engagement at the University of Kent, nurturing the next generation of investigators. His dedication to excellence is further reflected in his prestigious positions as Fellow and Vice President of the Chartered Society of Forensic Sciences. For his exceptional contributions, Professor Greene was awarded the Order of the British Empire, OBE, in the year 2008. This recognition speaks volumes about his dedication to public service and the tireless pursuit of truth through science. So let us warm welcome Dr. Professor Green OBE, a trailblazer in forensic science, a champion of justice, and an inspiring mentor to our next generation. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning, or good afternoon, where you are in India. Let me see if I can manage to share my screen. It's some time since I actually did this, but let me see if I can do it. Are you able to see the presentation?
No, sir, it's kind of blank right now.
It should be sharing at your end. Let me just see if I can.
Yes, sir.
Is that working for you?
No, sir. You are audible, but your presentation is not visible. Yes, it's visible right now, sir.
It's visible now. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
good morning. That's not a very auspicious start, but thank you for your warm welcome.
Yes.
In what is a very, very cold UK. So thank you for the warmth of welcome. And once again, thank you for inviting me to Amity this morning. Some of you will know that I've recently been in India and I desperately tried to visit Amity during my schedule, but literally I just ran out of time. So thank you for inviting me. I suppose the title of this talk, I suppose, could be now for something completely different, because we've had document examination, toxicology, and what I'm going to speak about now is really how we try to inspire that next generation of scientists to actually follow in our footsteps. So once again, some great experiences in India. And I'm guessing, even though it is your winter, it's a lot warmer than our winter is over here. So once again, thank you for inviting me. You've had enough of my background and experiences, but just to sort of summarize, I suppose what I'm going to speak about this morning are some examples of things that really sort of have dawned on me over the 20-odd years of teaching. I came into teaching sort of part-time. So for 10-odd years prior to joining academia full-time, I had a fractional appointment at the University of Kent. So in all, I've had about 25 years teaching, but some of that was sort of part-time, whilst I had a job at in the Forensic Science Service and the Home Office. So but no further ado, I just really want to share with you how would I set up a program? What are the odd ideas that I've come up with over the years? What are the things that have just dawned on us? Some of the things that were forced upon us, of course, by having to teach online. That period of teaching where we were speaking primarily to computer screens, and I suppose in those days we're much better at navigating things like Zoom than you can see that I am now. So once again, thank you. There will be an opportunity at the end for you to leave some contact details if you wish, and actually get a copy of the presentation, which I'm actually happy to share with you all. So keep your phones handy. There will be a QR code at the end. So my strategy, if that's what we can call it, is to focus really if I'm sort of thinking about how to set up a forensic science program. And what I did notice from being in India was the amount of interest there is in forensic science. We have the National Forensic University. We have a number of private and public sector universities. And I came to Kent 20-odd years ago when the University of Kent was moving towards, they were setting up their own forensic science program. So I helped them with that the 20-odd years ago. Then when I left the University of Kent, when I left the Home Office, I went very briefly to the University of Greenwich, where we set the same thing up again there. So I've had two experiences really of setting these things up really from the grassroots. And the things I would say is to have a strategic vision in mind. And mine over the years have evolved into these three words: employment. The first and foremost, we actually need to produce graduates, some of who will go into forensic science, some of whom won't. So we have to train, we have to teach for a range of experiences, a range of job opportunities. So, when I'm teaching, I'm sort of thinking, am I teaching transferable skills? Does this, do these skills have an application in forensic science or wider field? Because not all of our students or graduates will actually want to go into forensic science at the end of their program. So focusing on the employment is that first, first and foremost. I often say that anyone really can educate anyone, but actually getting them a job is that next step beyond that. If we have this this view of employment in mind, it gets us to question what types of things we're actually putting into a forensic science program. So secondly, we've got to get the students to enjoy their time at the university. If they don't enjoy, they won't engage. And I've actually found really over the years that the traditional lecture can be rather a blunt instrument to actually get over some interesting concepts in the period of an hour, and then we move on to another topic as we move through their program. So those 3 E's for me are key to success. There are a number of other factors critical to success. This is a bit of a word wall, I accept, so I've highlighted a few just keywords. So once again, you don't have to sort of take any of this down. You have the opportunity at the end to access the presentation if you wish. But first and foremost, what are the things that make forensic science at the universities? What makes the science forensic science? The focus on employment is first. Real world cases, I think having that ability to take your experiences from the forensic science service, from private and public sector, and actually integrate those into the forensic science curriculum is actually a key. What I've also said to a number of universities over the years is to play to your strengths. So if you have a university that's has a strong focus on toxicology, then perhaps focus your forensic science program around toxicology. A forensic toxicology program. I think we learned really from COVID that there is no substitute for that hands-on practical experience. I'd be even so bold as to say it's not very possible to teach forensic science by remote, by long-term sort of remote access, because you actually don't get those hands-on experiences. It has to be interdisciplinary, and we will draw in lots of other topics: chemistry, biology, physics, and criminal justice. We have to keep in mind the very latest of sort of forensic techniques. Each year I go through all of my materials from top to bottom again, seeing what's new on the horizon. In fact, this morning, getting up quite early, I've been rewriting some lectures for preparation for next term. So really keeping on top of things, making sure that we get the very latest things like next generation DNA sequencing, forensic genealogy, that type of thing. Those types of things that should keep us at the cutting edge of what we need to teach these students. Because if we don't teach them the very latest techniques, we're teaching them techniques that by the time they've learned it, some of these are actually outdated. We need to speak about, particularly with forensic science, about ethics, integrity, objectivity, and so forth, and all the things that, if you'll see in a moment, I'll speak about how we disseminate these ideas amongst our students. But we speak about these repeatedly throughout our program. What else do we need? We need some guest speakers, so people who are actually working in the profession nowadays. I've realised since coming out of the forensic science lab just how quickly you can sort of lose touch if you're not careful. We want to apply some critical thinking skills, and interestingly, to apply a variety of assessment methods. It's interesting now how, you know, that sort of COVID-19 era made us rethink the idea of assessments, and, you know, do we need almost so many assessments and that type of thing? Do we do them in the right way? You know, do we need so much coursework? You know, just to really have a critical view on that. I think that the point number 12 is key. Actually, appoint someone at the heart of this who is knowledgeable of forensic science, perhaps someone who's actually worked in forensic science, and who is passionate and knowledgeable to drive this forward. Another key point is that point number 13, placing the student experience at the heart of the curriculum. As I said from the outset, if the students don't enjoy this, they disengage, and then it makes it very, very difficult to actually get anything over. And then item number 14, marketing and outreach. If we need to actually sell this, we need to actually sell this this concept to others. So, you know, how do we encourage the next generation of students to follow, you know, our latest cohort of graduates? So those are really those condensed ideas over the years. And now I've got about 20 odd things, I suppose, ideas, things we've tried during COVID-19, a little bit before, and perhaps some beyond. You'll see now that I use extensively the idea of QR codes. QR codes embedded into lecture slides, which enables the students to do a number of things to engage with their mobile phones, so they can scan the code, and they can look at some, you see there, the pre-read activity. That's just one example, but doing this thing actually whilst they're in the lectures, we found that, I found that if you leave this till later, the students move on to do other things and it gets left. So doing this right at the beginning is absolutely crucial. So something we took from COVID was to have a pre-read activity, so something that leads us into the lecture. This one is an article. It scans on the, like I said, on the mobile phone. Let me just see if it does work. It'll be a bit embarrassing if it doesn't, but yeah, it does work. This is a case which actually talks about a real life case of the exhumation of some young children in some graves in Ireland. So we start off with that pre-read activity and try to sort of contextualize it as much as we can. So this opens up into a pre-read about some babies that were buried, and then leads on to a lecture on, you know, how do we get DNA from bone samples, for example. Then we have an opening quiz just to make sure that people have looked at the pre-read. This is, you know, promotes people's observational skills. It's a sort of word search puzzle. It appears on the PowerPoint screen, and also there's a link, a hyperlink within the documents, within the slides, if students want to access this, you know, in another way. So those you can see there. There's some keywords in the presentation, and some of these I'm going through the process at the minute of actually hyperlinking some of these words in the quiz. So if they're not common knowledge to them, they can actually hyperlink them, and you know, dig deeper into you know, a word that they don't necessarily understand. Something really that came out of COVID-19 was that need really to refine the content of our materials. So we had things like, which we'd never had before. We'd never had smaller type workshops. So we put together some workshops. One of the things you'll hear me speak about repeatedly is this notion of, rather than have the end of module evaluation, so we're evaluating the module at the end of the process, why don't we do this all the way through? So you can actually see that I ask for feedback on each of my lectures. I'll show you in a minute how it actually works for me. But we've got the pre-reading embedded in the materials, and the post-lecture follow-up, and 360 feedback along the way. So we were refining the content. I found also that the world of forensic science moves so quickly that it's very, very difficult to actually keep up with lecture materials, because things that, things which are in the news today are too late to actually get into your module content. So how do we do that? Well, one of the ways I do it is by the use of social media. You'll see that this QR code opens into our Facebook page, should I say, which I set up a good few years ago now. But once again, the students can scan the page. It opens up into social media page, and it enables us to actually highlight some current thinking. So you'll see from our Facebook page. Let me just look at what we posted recently. Let me just quickly look. Yesterday's top story was a job. We placed jobs on this social media platform. There are numerous academic articles. The last one was bad science and bad statistics in courtroom. Then there's the newsletter from our forensic science regulator, and simply everything that we can possibly get out that wouldn't actually go into the lectures, we can actually share with students in real time. Another thing that's been very popular, and again, there's an example of this in a moment, is a student's newsletter, which I started to write when I left the Home Office, went into full-time academic work, and it evolved. Actually, it evolved from a termly newsletter, which of course really wasn't very effective for sharing much news, to a monthly newsletter, which a little bit better, but really not the same as getting the work, the news out quickly. And it's sort of, I suppose, it morphed into this rather labour of love, which I write now every Sunday to students. So this newsletter goes to all of our students, generally every Sunday, or if I'm really late, on Monday morning. And it contains all of these things: student society events, where our graduates, what jobs have they moved into, some professional webinars, latest professional practice, and I finish off with a case study to help students contextualize their, some of the studies that they might have learned that week. That's just an example. It's not the latest last week's. The latest week is one edition after this. But once again, by scanning the QR code, you can actually see what we actually call it now our community news. You'll see that this one contained, let me just look, contained certainly a news item of from one of our graduates. But hopefully you can see that the ability for students to actually access this whilst they're in the lecture theatre I think is immensely valuable. This talks about a story of success. It talks about a conference that one of our students went to. There is a link to our alumni family. It also includes some information for information on my sort of recent visit to India, some things from there, and just sharing the wonderful times I had in India. So you can see that it contains many things, and that goes out to students every week to maintain that sort of sense of community. It's hard work, but 3 or 4 of us putting this together makes it an easier task. A little bit from what I said earlier about measuring and evaluating, we need to do this more in real time, is my opinion. When I first went into academia, we would have paper evaluation forms at the end of the process. So we'd probably have sort of 25, 26 lectures, and then we'd have a paper evaluation at the end of it. I thought it was rather a blunt tool. I got the impression that it really never promoted much change. So over the years, we've moved to a midterm evaluation. So if a module is 26 lectures, we'd probably have something, around about lecture 12, something like that, to determine the feedback midway through. But I've taken it one stage further. So I actually do this lecture by lecture. Again, there's an example in a moment how I actually do that. But once again, making use of these QR codes, so the students can scan the document in there while they're in the lecture theatre, and feedback straight in real time. Once again, using QR codes to link to library resources and readings. So using the lecture really just as a platform, hopefully to inspire the students to go and search deeper into the library. This library link will actually take them to the library platform where all their science readings are. So once again, doing that in real time rather than sending them off to the library, at least giving them that sort of push, and actually looking at where these books will be found in the library, I think is a bonus. I think also using this, and this is literally just a screenshot of one of my from one of my lectures. I call it now the way I collect the feedback. So you can see that this is the feedback link I produce in the lecture. Once again, let me just try and look at that, please. Yeah, if you scan that, you'll see that it opens up into a whiteboard. It opens up into a free space where students can ask questions, a little bit like we did when we were teaching online, when we were doing the Zoom lectures or the Teams lectures, where students would actually put their comments in the chat box, in that chat facility. We are blessed at Kent with having some large student numbers. We have class sizes of 100, 120 students, and it's very hard, isn't it, for a student to actually put their hand up in a class of that size when they're not sure about a topic. What this does, it opens up into a form that is anonymous, so it doesn't appear there's no one's name is attributed to it, and it enables me to actually look at what questions are asked, and then to follow up. Sometimes in the lecture, I have the form actually popping up on my iPad at the side of the lecture, the lectern, so I can actually answer questions there and then. Or if not, I'll follow up afterwards with any questions. And it gives students, I think, that sort of free space, that safe space to actually ask the questions without without putting their hands up and being made to feel a little bit simple if they've asked what they would perceive to be a silly question. So I think that's worked really successfully. So the inspiring, getting the students inspired to look in the library, inspiring them with some readings, inspiring them with case studies, giving them that free space where they can ask questions in a safe environment, I think are all ideas really that go to help. One of the things that we've been particularly keen on, and I'm very, very proud to have actually been one of the spearheads to actually have promoted this in my school, is Diversity Mark. It might be something that might not be familiar to some of you in the audience, but it's about getting diverse resources from other authors. So why do we always promote certain authors within certain topics? And interestingly, guys, having just been over to India, I hope you can see it on my screen, but I came across quite a few diverse resources. So this is now a book that we're going to use, Kremans, I can't pronounce the surname, but it's by an Indian author, and looking through, through all of these diverse resources. And once again, having this sort of Padlet type activity, can you see it on the top right-hand corner there, where we can put all of the sort of news items that are of a sort of Diversity Mark theme. So we have a Padlet, which you can actually see from the code also. Students get themselves really tied up around towards exam time, and so what I've taken upon myself to do is to put together a series of practice questions as we go through the module. So just to give students an idea of what type of question they might be faced with. So, you know, demonstrate your understanding of various X, Y, and Z. So those are practice questions that I include now, not at the end of the module, but all the way through, really to try to settle people's nerves to, you know, before we actually come to the assessment. I use context, you know, extensively in various forms, either in short movie clips, in documentaries, or in podcasts. But podcasts really with a theme, not just to tell the story, but a podcast that will actually link then to a specific topic. It might be about poisons. This one, in fact, is about the Romanov family, the Russian royal family, and you know how they were found a good few years ago. How we identified them through DNA in the day, and actually use that story to actually link into things like, you know, bone extract, you know, DNA extraction from bone, things like mitochondrial DNA. So use those stories really to generate enthusiasm among the students. Always have some practical practice-based studies. So depending upon the topic we're teaching, give them a crime scenario and get them to sort of work out the puzzle with some formative quiz materials throughout. Formative effectively is quiz materials that aren't marked, but are put in just to generate interest. Yeah, I think I've said this already. Signposting library resources, so particularly where we've done a specific topic, and this book will be, a new addition to this these library materials. At the end of the module, sorry, at the end of the lecture, signposting the students actually to a particular chapter or section of a book. I apologise for my clock ringing, people. Let's just wait a moment while it stops. Okay, the other thing I found, and once again, taking ideas really from, you know, that sort of COVID era, trying to just to get some interest in the topics and trying to sort of dig a little bit deeper, trying to make the lecture experience, you know, less of a blunt instrument than perhaps it would otherwise be. So once they've actually read the chapter, give them a little practice quiz. Very easy to set up on a sort of free app, really, to set up crossword puzzles. And I've found that you can actually test quite a lot of learning with a crossword puzzle. But a crossword, once again, that can be accessed from within the classroom by the use of the QR code, doing things in real time, rather than letting the students walk out the lecture theatre, until probably later on in the week or the following week, actually grabbing the students' attention whilst you have it. I also write, and actually have been, would you believe, writing a study guide this morning, a study guide on DNA extraction. So using some additional links and materials to take them to a study guide. I can't remember what this one is now. Once again, let me just check, see what it is. This one is the fact sheet for generating DNA profiles. So it's just a simple fact sheet. Often they have hyperlinks to other documents, but it just goes through through sort of various topics, really, that helps the students to dig a little bit deeper. Once again, just to try to sharpen that lecture experience that would otherwise can be a little bit blunt at times. I hope I've got some people in the audience nodding with assent or not, or thinking I'm gone completely crazy. Once again, practice questions throughout, embedding these practice questions all the way throughout, and giving them the opportunity of of answering these questions actually in real time. You can see that there's this link, this hyperlink, unsure, need help. That appears all the way through in probably 7 or 8 times in my series of slides. So if a student is unsure of a particular topic, they can very quickly scan the scan the QR code, and often they will write something like, lecture, in the lecture today, slide number 13, can you explain a little bit deeper what you mean by X, Y, or Z? And grabbing them while you've got their attention there and then is, I think, it is key to lots of this. I've also found that, particularly teaching to some students who are not core science majors, we have some modules that are offered as we call them wild options. So students from other faculties can actually take these topics, and looking at the students, looking at in the eyes when you're actually using some terminology and thinking, do they really understand what I mean by this? The statistical weight of DNA profiles, do they actually know what I'm talking about? So what I've taken it upon myself to do is to hyperlink lots of these terms, which I think could be confusing to some people. So enabling the students, if they don't understand, once again, rather than put their hand up and appear in a class of 130 to be rather foolish, asking, they can ask in private, and actually they can follow this up with, these hyperlinks or which explain the term. So each of these will open up into a hyperlink which will explain the term in more detail. We've talked about diversity, Mark, but this is really what it looks like in reality. Making sure that people who are the unsung heroes of forensic science. My top right there is my favourite, my hero, Rosalind Franklin, and some other people who, although made a significant contribution, had another side. You can see there we mentioned Francis Galton. So making sure that we play both sides of the equation. Making sure that we take this student voice lecture by lecture, like I said previously, paper-based format for evaluation, moving toward the midterm evaluation. Why don't we do it lecture by lecture? If we were working in a forensic lab, we wouldn't let this whole process run to the end of the event, would we? We'd be checking the quality of this all the way through. And this is an idea really just to make sure that we collect this feedback all the way through, take the students' voice and place them really at the heart of this whole experience. Accessibility, we found that we have some students who perhaps sometimes have some eyesight or some disability with eyesight, some disability with hearing, and making sure that all of these lectures materials are accessible to them. Everything that we try to do is accessible, and perhaps let me give you just a little example. Last year, I had a student who told me right from told me throughout, by the QR code. She actually said to me that she was profoundly deaf and couldn't really hear what was being spoken about. So very quickly from that very first lecture onwards, we were able to, I was able to wear the hearing loop that she has, wear it around my chest, so she could actually hear. But afterwards, I began to think, well, that could have gone all the way through her module. She might have not heard a thing I've said, whereas doing it this way, doing it in real time, really helps us to, to do that, or to get on top of things where they're needed. We've expanded things with workshops, so using breaking out into smaller groups. So we break the group, the 130 odd, into 2 or 3 groups, get them into smaller groups to talk about a particular case study, and literally trying to link the lecture materials with real life cases. We've found that one of the keys to success is having a vibrant student society. Again, I'm pretty sure that there will be some academics in the audience. I can't stress enough the immense value that the the student societies bring. So having a vibrant student society brings to the party. A few years ago, pre-COVID, you see on the right there, we went out to visit friends of mine in Interpol, and the image on the left is a trip we're going to in January, just in the new year, to the International Commission for Missing Persons DNA Laboratory in The Hague. So taking them out to on visits to other people in the profession, broadens their opinions, broadens their views, and gets them those networks that hopefully will be useful to them. And celebrate success. When I first started teaching in forensic science, there was a theme often played out in the media. Why are we teaching forensic science? There are no jobs in forensic science. Why are you telling these students, to study forensic science? There aren't any jobs. Well, we have to teach for broader skills, as we've said. This is one of the classic examples, and he's not the only one. But this is Tom, who studied and graduated with us, went on to study at St Andrews, went on then to Queen Mary Medical School, and he's now a medical doctor in Sussex. So who would have thought that, just igniting that spark of interest, using forensic science as a springboard really to other things, and then once we've actually done that, to celebrate what those achievements were. So these just drawing to an end now. These are just my thoughts. It's not a one size fits all. It won't fit all circumstances, but they were just my ideas that have generated really over 20 odd years, really brought to a focus with that COVID era. But if we want engagement, if we want students to engage, we need to engage with them more regularly, taking their feedback, lecture by lecture, doing the newsletter, taking them on visits, getting people to come and speak to them from the profession. So all of those things. And once again, that's the key words on the right there. Students don't care how much we know until they know how much we care. And I think, once we actually got over that barrier of showing the students just how much we actually cared about, not just getting them graduated, which of course it's a fabulous thing, but actually getting them employed, I think really then we start to break down those barriers. So that's all I have for you. Thanks once again, everyone, for inviting me to speak from a very, very cold UK. I hope it's warmer where you guys are, and I hope to be back in India before too long. Okay, thank you. Thank you to Ronel also for putting the greeting in the chat. So it's a small world, and Ronel is one of my former students. Do we have any further questions from the audience?
Participants, if you have any question from sir, you can ask, you can unmute yourself, or you can drop your question in the chat box.
Or if you'd like to ask any questions, if you want to scan the code, you can actually see the QR code on the final PowerPoint. I think you can. Can you? I hope you can still see it, or maybe not. Well, it was certainly something different to what we'd heard this morning. We've gone from document examination to toxicology to actually now how do we enthuse these students who actually want to study forensic science. Shall I just, if I share my screen again, will people be able to access the QR link, do you think? Are you able to see that now?
I guess, sir, there is no more question.
So if you'd like to
Thank you for
connect.
the wonderful session, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Rawat. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, have a nice day.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. So now there is a 15 minutes break. I'm going to connect with Dr. Meenakshi Mahajan ma'am. Okay. So 15 minutes break. Okay. IT team, please push the meeting. So participants, now I wish to welcome our next eminent resource person, Miss Meenakshi Mahajan. Ma'am, she is the director at State Forensic Science Laboratory, Himachal Pradesh, Shimla Hills, Junga, India. So thank you very much, ma'am, for accepting our invitation.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Over to you, ma'am, for your session.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Amarnath Mishra for providing me an opportunity to be with you in the wonderful event. And though I'm busy with the Vidhan Sabha session, but still I'll try to interact with you on the some of the topic of the cases which I have encountered during working at the RFSL and the State FSL. Presently, the State FSL is the Directorate of Forensic Services, Himachal Pradesh. Now, new nomenclature has been given to the as a directorate. Under the directorate, we have the two regional laboratories. One is at Dharamshala, another is at Mandi, and the three district forensic units at District Bilaspur, Police District Baddi, and Nurpur. So this is about my organizations, and today I am going to discuss the topic digital evidence, the witness within. I am sharing my screen.
You want to share your PPT? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Sir, my PPT is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Screen is visible, na, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. The topic for today's deliberation is the digital evidence, the witness within. So forensic experts are always a witness to the court in the justice delivery system. How and where we are generating the digital evidences. I think everybody is well familiar with the digital gadgets and know that the digital evidence is in one form or other form is being generated by an individual. That is the digital footprints left by the individual. In July 1st, 2015, it was our Prime Minister's dream to make India as a digital India with the motto to power to empower. He wants to empower the citizens. Accordingly, the work started with a faster speed. As a benefit of this, what happened? The Aadhaar card started generating. And in one of the case, that is a very beautiful case, which Prime Minister also cited in somewhere, that the children which were left abandoned were kept in the abandoned houses. And while taking them for preparing their Aadhaar card, the since children were already registered with the Aadhaar, and they, through their fingerprints, they could be united with their families. It was the case of the Bangalore. A number of children were there. When the orphans home took them for the Aadhaar, preparation of the Aadhaar, then when they uploaded their fingerprints, and by matching of the fingerprints, that is the fingerprint as an evidence in the digital form, they could find that the Aadhaar was already existing on that day. So ultimately, they could reach to their parents, and the children were united from the office to the house. So this is the beauty of the digital. On one side, it is a beauty, it has a beauty, on the other side, there are drawbacks which the criminals is resorting to the digital technologies. We were living in the physical world in 21st century, and then suddenly moved to the digital. For the physical world, we were having the evidences for identification purposes, like in case of Ramayana, when Sita was abducted and she thrown some of her ornaments, and the Vanar Sena collected the ornament and shown to Rama and Sita. They could gather that this ornament belonged to the Sita, and Sita has taken away by the person through the flame. Likewise, the evidence in case of Mahabharata also exists. Dwapar Yuga, when Krishna was eating the makhan, and the makhan trickled down through her cheeks or mouth, and the Ma Yashoda, through the makhan, used to know that it was the Lord Krishna who had eaten the makhan. So in the physical world, we have the appreciable evidences which we can see with the naked eyes. But nowadays, in the digital world, it's a little a bit difficult. We can safely say that time has changed. कबूतर से लेके आप सोशल मीडिया तक चले जाएं. पहले कबूतर था जो चिट्ठी लेके एक जगह से दूसरी जगह पे पहुंचाता था, उसके बाद ईमेल आया, then instant messages are have replaced almost all the emails. Yesterday only, Professor Amarnath Mishra has sent an email to me about this program, but email could not opt in the email box. Rather, he said that email is bouncing back. Then immediately he sent a message to the WhatsApp. So it is a beauty of the social media, how we can communicate with each other, how quickly we can reach to each other. So time has flown from your letters to the social media. Here's a record of the internet usage. For using this internet, we have the people who are using the internet across the globe are Europeans. Are 90% of the males are using the internet, and females is little a bit less, 89%. Whereas in America, it's almost similar. 83% in both case of male and female. And Arabian state, it is slightly less than, that is 75% and 65%. And in Indian scenario or the Asia Pacific region, it is 67% and the 61%. And African countries, we have a little less, that is 45% and the 30. You see that it is the females who are little a bit using less internet than the case of the male. Why we are using the digital technology, we have already taken up this for the better connectivity. Now we do not need to have dependent upon the letter through the postal services. We have now depending upon the instant connectivity through the social media platforms. Then financial inclusion. Digital technology is for the financial inclusion. It was the mandate of the Honorable Prime Minister that everybody should have the access to the financial institutions. Now, even today, if you look into the statistics, there are population of the world is about 7.8 or 8 billion, but out of 8 billions, only 1.7 or some 1.8 billion people are still underbanked. Though people have passed through the COVID-19 phase. Even then, there are people who are not using or who do not have the bank accounts. So digital technology is helping the people to connect digitally with their banks for the financial safety. It is the women who are using, who are not having the bank accounts. But with the transformation of the digital technology, we hope so that with the passage of time, everybody will be having the bank accounts, or they will go for the financial transactions online. And then third is the public services. Everybody wants that government services should be delivered to their doorstep. Now we see that when we have to update our Aadhaar card or apply for the this your PAN card or other security documents, we by sitting at our home we can apply. Even our land records are made available to individual online. So digital technology has simplified our world to the extent that by sitting at home we can do our day-to-day activities. We can get the services from the government side. We can have the financial stability. We can transfer monies or get money from our friends or banks. All that basic purposes to that all has increased the connectivity up to larger extent. So we can safely conclude that the digital technology, no doubt, have connected the world as a family. While sitting as a Delhi or a one corner, we are having the interaction through online platforms. So it is a big boom to the technology. Likewise, you can you might have the interaction from your outside this India teachers while interacting with you and with the help of the digital technology during the course also. So look, so look into this aspect of the technology. It's changing our day-to-day lifestyles. Early 20s, when there was a COVID pandemic, it was a great risk to the society to go out to meet people, and the whole of the thing there was a panic for the interaction. So it is a digital platform or the digital technology which facilitated our livelihoods. You're working from home, your day-to-day livelihood, buying milk, education, everything. So it was a challenge, but I think that the technology has made our life very easy. When the technology has made our life very easy, at the same time, what's going around? The criminals are resorting to the digital technology in commission of the crime. You know, every day we hear that there is a financial crime. How the financial crime is being committed? It is not the duplication of the signatures on the check. It is just exploiting the human psychology. The criminals are committing crime and leaving the trails on the net. So evidences which are left by the criminals on the network, either on the weapons of the crime, the police investigation through these weapons, they analyze these evidences in the forensic laboratories or send at the appropriate platform and catch hold the criminals on the basis of the evidences left by the criminals in the digital gadgets or network. So digital evidence is universal in nature. It's not only found in case of the financial crimes or that the IT related crime, but it is in traditional crime also. We are getting the digital evidences, like in homicide cases, along with the physical evidences, one used to encounter the digital evidence. Like, because everybody is having the mobile phone to connect with the other person, we need the mobile phone when we go out. So your location trail is helpful in establishing that where the person was. So this location trail is very, very beautiful evidence in collecting, is connecting the person to the crime. Then in assault cases also, road accident cases, financial fraud cases, human trafficking cases, drug trafficking, in all these cases, we have the physical evidences and digital evidences. In cybercrime, on the contrary, in cybercrime, when the criminal is committing the crime through the online crime, but even then he or she is leaving the physical evidence. So both our physical and digital evidences are complementary to each other, and in every type of a crime we are encountering both types of crime. In cybercrime, how we are encountering the physical evidences? The fingerprint left by the criminal on the keyboard or on mobile phone, touch DNA left by the criminal on the mobile phone, because it is the saliva or the sweat which gets transferred from one's hand to the mobile phone, or sometimes as saliva when the phone comes to contact with our mouth when you use the speaker. So it may happen that some small sort of the saliva can trickle and go back to that food. So we in all types of a crime are encountering both physical and digital evidences. Then why we are encountering the evidences and what is the relevance of the evidence in our society? Evidence is basically we require the evidence to demonstrate clearly what has happened, how has happened, and to prove or disprove a fact. And the evidence itself is not derived from the Latin word, and its actually meaning is evidentia. That is a mode of a proof as per provisions of the law. Because our CRPC, IPC says that either oral evidence or the documentary evidence thing has to be proved in the court of law. Then what is the electronic evidence or the digital evidences? Because in all types of a crime, we are encountering the electronic evidence or the digital evidences. Previously, I say that the digital word was used by the persons who were using the computers, but now the term had changed to the electronic evidence because biometric systems have came into existence, and so the more appropriate word which are CRPC says that it is the electronic evidence, that is the probative information which is stored in binary forms, that is 0 1 bit and byte forms information that has bearing on the civil and criminal case for its prosecution. So it may be the typing on the computer, it may be your biometric, because biometrics are saved in the form of bit and byte. What Indian Evidence Act and we say about evidence. Section 3 of the Indian Evidence Act deals with the evidence which and says that evidence is all statements which the court permits or requires to be made before it by witnesses in relation to the matter of the fact under inquiry, that is the oral evidence, what we dispose in the court of law while going. Matter is what we have analyzed and what we are deposing in the court of law. Whereas when it was amended, that it included that all documents including the electronic record produced for the inspection of the court. Electronic means that whatever the record generated by using the digital gadgets. It may be hard copy, it may be soft copy. The court accepts those records in the form of a document. What about the accuracy of the digital evidences? In the modern scenario, few years ago, DNA is stated to be a foolproof method for the identification of an individual. But nowadays, if the digital evidences are properly collected, properly preserved, its integrity and authenticity is ensured, then I can say with a certainty that these are more accurate than even than the DNA evidence. Because the probability of occurrence of two different files having the same hash value is 1 in 10 raised to power 38. Whereas in case of DNA, it is about 1 into 10 raised to power 24. But only thing is that these are the time sensitive, zone sensitive, easy to tamper, easy to alter. The integrity of these type of evidences need to be ensured, needs to be evaluated before deposing in the court, before relying on them. What are the sources of the digital evidences? Everybody knows that we have the end user devices, remote sources. Remote sources means websites, networking sites, etc., news groups, social media chats. Remote source private. Remote source private means the servers, Airtel servers, internet service providers. We can have the digital evidence. Only the thing is that how we collect the digital evidences. And third, last one is when the information is traveling from one end to another, then on the way we can have like hackers are doing the things for hacking or stealing the information. The investigator can catch such evidences to trap the persons. I would like to cite here one of the case where even the human body bearings, that is a pacemaker used by one of the person, provided a important clue in case of a insurance fraud. In one of the case at Oyo, person constructed a scene that suddenly the fire started in his apartment and he jumped out of the apartment. Police investigated the matter. When they did not find any conclusive evidence of arson, they found the medical history of the person having the pacemaker. So they decided to get the pacemaker's data analyzed by the medical officer. The medical officer, after analysis of the pacemaker data, revealed that nothing abrupt has happened, so he was telling lie. On the basis of this, when police further carried out the investigation, they arrested the person and found that whole the episode was created for the insurance fraud. So nowadays, body wearings also provide very, very vital information. We have to go beyond. It is not only the heart pacemaker, but insulin chips have come into the market. Your smartwatches are there. Your vehicles have the important piece of evidence if someone is lying. So these are not very far that the trail of the digital evidences can be found in persons during the day-to-day activities. But what about the reliability of such evidences? The rule of the evidence analysis is that the evidence is admissible only when the information is relevant, authentic, it should not be hearsay, and it should be original. If it is a duplicate, then it should be made as admissible through secondary evidence. Then what is the probability value survive the test of unfair prejudice? So whole of the 5 of the things need to be proved while admitting, while affirming a particular test in the court of law. There are various provisions in the IT Act 2000, that is the intermediaries guidelines. Intermediary guidelines bound to preserve and retain information as central government deems fit. So our social media or the service providers are bound to provide the information to the government, provided the case is booked under the IT Act. Then accountability of the service providers further increased in 72A. Then section 69, central government to intercept, monitor and decrypt information. It has given privilege to the central government that whatever the information is forwarded between the parties, central government, in view of the national security, they can intercept, monitor, and even decrypt the information. Then 69A, that is the blocking of the public access to website. A few months ago, there was a cry in the public that some porn websites are there on the social media platform. So government ordered for blocking those websites. So proactive steps are also being taken by the government time to time. And last is the section 79A, examiner of electronic evidence. Who examine this electronic evidence? IT Act is a special act, and the central government through this act has empowered and is notifying the laboratories, it's the central or the state laboratories, who can examine the electronic evidence, because this electronic evidence requires special knowledge, skill. Accordingly, it was decided, and nowadays the government has taken a lead. Government of India has taken a lead, and Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology is notifying various labs throughout the country. And the section 65B of the Indian Evidence Act, with the amendment after the enactment of the IT Act 2000, they made amendment to the section 65, how the electronic record could be admissible. 65B describes all the things, the method of admissibility of the electronic evidence by the justice delivery system. Now, if we go to the forensic science, then there are two types of the standards for the evidence admissibility of the electronic evidences. First is physical evidence, sorry. Same is applicable for the electronic evidence. One is the prior standard, second the Dauber standard. But prior standard no more is in existence. It is the Dauber standard on all the things. Whatever is applicable in the physical methods, physical evidence admissibility, same is to be followed in case of the digital evidences. That is, technique is tested. Suppose I am analyzing one of the digital gadget using the open source tool. Whether that open source tool is tested one, peer reviewed one, subjected to the publication, and has the potential rate of error or erroneous result has been detected or not. What about the acceptability? It is not just I have a knowledge of the computer, I can, with open access thing, I can examine the thing, or whatever the softwares or the hardware available in the market, I can go and use the software for analysis of the digital gadget and submit my report. All these things needs to be tested, peer reviewed as per the Dauber standards. Then existence and maintenance of the standards controlling the operations. Definitely, when the scheme of the Government of India for notification of the 79A came into operation, they are looking for what standards the forensic laboratories or the laboratories who has been declared by the Government of India as examiner of electronics, what type of standards they are using. So we have a couple of standards which have framed by the NASCOM also, DSI also, there's Interpol also. So such type of whether we have the control and access of those standards or not. If not, then potential risk. So it admissibility, scientific evidence admissibility with respect to the physical digital evidences has to pass all these things of the Daubert standards. From where the digital evidences are coming, how we are examining, I will be illustrating within one or two examples. In the modern society, on the one hand, the person is doing some work on the computer, having the digital board with him, mobile phone is there, CCTV is there. In almost every case, we will be having such type of evidences. We have the mobile phones, laptops, or CCTV and all that. Even the dark color liquid, which can show you the physical evidences or the fingerprints, what he is pointing on the keyboard. If one takes care, one record those fingerprints very meticulously, then it also provides the important piece of evidence in justice delivery system. So in case of the mobile phones, let's start with the mobile phone. We have the mobile phones. We have a number of methods for data extraction. One is the scroll analysis. Scroll analysis is nothing. We scroll mobile numbers. We scroll the text messages. So basic method for the analysis is the scroll analysis. With the scroll analysis, whatever the live data is there in the mobile phone, one can easily preview that data, easily record the data. Then second is the logical extraction. When we have the instrumental techniques, the logical extraction is the foremost step. Logical extraction means nothing but the data which is logically seen, logically available on your mobile phone, it could be extracted by the examiner of the electronic evidence using some forensic workstations, hardware, software. And almost the logical extractions we have only the live data, whatever is available on the phone. So scroll analysis only resorted when we can't go for the logical extraction or the physical extraction or the chip of extraction. This is the least preferred method. Scroll analysis least preferred method. In between the logical and the physical extraction method, there is a file system or full file system extraction method. File system extraction means though it's a logical extraction, but app data one can recover using the softwares or the hardwares. Then the physical extraction method. Physical extraction method, whatsoever data is there in our digital gadgets. It may be mobile phone, it may be memory card, it may be SIM card. The deleted type of a data, to have the logical and the deleted data, we go for the physical extraction method. Then chip off method. Chip off method is that the criminals are nowadays born smart. They either throw away the phones or damage the device. When their phones are damaged or their connectors are damaged, then the chip off method is resorted out. And lastly, the micro read method. On the PCB board, there are the certain micros. After this chip off methods, if we still do not get the data, then micro read method can be resorted out. But till date, it is the scroll analysis, logical extraction, physical extraction, or chip off method are being resorted by the forensic professionals in the country. I'll show a setup of the damaged device analysis facility. It is like a mobile repair shop. Different instruments are there. We view the things. We have the number of techniques for repairing the devices. RFSL Dharamshala has a unique privilege that this facility is available in the northern part. In one of the case in Damodar, the dead body was in the water. Police recovered this phone in a condition in totally damaged condition, and there was the booting issue also. What we could not, phone could not be switched on because it remained in the water. It was not preserved properly. Then what left? We could not perform the scroll analysis, file system extraction, physical extraction. What we did, we decided to go for the chip off, JTAG and chip off. We tear down the phone. Otherwise, it was a one piece. We tear down the phone. Then what we see, you can see here a lot of salt is deposited because remaining in the water has the salt. All the PCB board has been damaged. So we open this board, insulate, a USB port was removed, cleaned the board, and ultimately then the PCB speaker assembly was shortened. We find that phone could be switched on. Now you see that phone Oppo is available over here. Otherwise, it was nothing. So when the phone criminal have thrown or accidentally, when the body was in water, the method of JTAG or chip off can be resorted for the to make the phone working. After repairing the phone in our mobile repair station, we process this mobile phone through our Celebrite tool, that is UFED, and you see here that it was showing that how much data is there, what was the make and model, what was the device name, what was the security patch. Then after we can proceed further for extraction of the data with the available tools in the lab. In case of the hard disk, we need to follow three basic principles. One is the acquisition of the data, then authentication of the data, and third is the analysis of the data. Acquisition is required because in case of the hard disk, we never work on the original device. And the copy of the data is prepared, either it is imaged or the clone. Then whatsoever data we have copied, we need to authenticate that data. We need to authenticate. Authentication of the data is done through the hash value. We calculate the hash of the source device, we calculate the hash of the destination device, and then authenticity is if the two hash matches, then the data whatsoever we have imaged or cloned is actually the same what is in the source type. And last step is the analysis type. And then with the help of what we prepare is a clone or image, we analyze the data using the forensic tools. This is the acquisition is via bitstream imaging. Why bitstream imaging is done? Bitstream imaging is required because it is a one-way step and it can transfer whole of the even the deleted data or the formatted data, whole of the data what was there in your disk to the destination drive. Then authentication. Authentication is through hash value. It may be hash MD5 hash, SHA-1, SHA-256. More we go advancements of the hash, more authenticity, more reliability is established about the data what we have copied. Then we analyze, we index the data using forensic tool, maybe FTK, NCAS, Autopsy. There are so many open source tools also, but after establishing their authenticity, we analyze the data. We look for the data in the existing file, relative file, log, system recovery, and there are so many things. So when the image is with us, image has been processed with the forensic tool, all of these things can provide important evidential clue for the analysis of the data. Let me tell you one of the first case where the digital evidence is provided a lead. Historically, this Danish Rader was BTK killer. He killed number of ladies since 1974 to 1991, every time after committing crime, he challenged the police, but he could not catch hold by the police. And he continued his bad works till 1991. During these times, he remained Christ also. He remained in the church. He has done a lot of things. So one day, after 10 murders, he again posed a challenge to the investigation agencies. He said that I have left some of the things in the park. You go and find out. Since the police was looking him since long, they could see the object. What he did in the small object, he left one of the floppy drive also. But very smartly, he formatted the floppy drive and left it in the park. When police saw the floppy drive, they brought the floppy drive to the lab. They recovered the deleted data, and the deleted data, they found one name in metadata, one name. 3 words were there. That is, one is Christ, Lutheran, and Church. On the basis of this, and the last was the Dennis. Last modified date was modified by the Dennis. On this information, they searched on the internet and catch hold him, collected the samples for the DNA profiling, and the samples which were preserved since long. The DNA, when he took the sample for DNA profiling, the DNA of all the old samples matched with the DNA samples of this Dennis Rader, and that could, with the help of that, they could, with confirmation, they could link the Dennis Rader with all the 10 murders. So it is the beauty of the digital evidence left by Dennis Rader inadvertently in the form of a metadata, which was firstly used for the identification purposes, followed by its confirmation by the help of the DNA profiling. What we have encountered in one of the case during COVID-19 in the Himachal Pradesh, police intercepted one vehicle where a few people were going on Punjab and Himachal border, going for somewhere. The passenger could not reply properly. Then police started search and ultimately found one jacket in the vehicle having feathers like this way. They were suspecting that these feathers belong to some wildlife species. So these are the feathers which were present in the pocket of the person. So they contacted the forest department also. Forest department told them that the feathers need to be sent to the wildlife laboratory or the forensic laboratory to ensure, to authenticate the feather belongs to which avian bird. Accordingly, the feathers were sent to the laboratory along with other belongings. This is the view of the enlarged view of the feather. You see the crest, how beautiful are these. Actually, when we analyze these feathers in the biology lab, we found that blood was there and the blood belongs to the avian blood. Then we went to the local zoo, we collected the feathers of the local bird and finally linked this feather belongs to this monal species, which is a bird of the national importance. It remained the state bird also, state bird of the Nepal also, and the feathers are being used in the caps, and the government has banned their sale or purchase because it was declared as an endangered species. Then what is the next? This cleared that these feathers belong to this. for what purposes the people are taking those
Yes, ma'am.
the feathers were brought by these people for the sale and purchase of the endangered species, and ultimately they were booked in the criminal case of wildlife act. So this is the beauty of the physical as well as combination of the physical evidence as well as the digital evidence. And another case, in a financial fraud case, it is also very interesting. It was also a case when there was a just before the COVID-19, just a few months before the COVID-19, in Dharamshala hospital, there was a couple who wanted to go Dubai. They were the doctors. They contacted some travel agent at Delhi, and they agreed, who agreed to book their tickets, make their visa arrangement, and all that. So time and again, he asked for the money or their passport. All the things were exchanged. Date wise chronology of event was there, event there, and the doctor lady provided all these things to the travel agent. Everything was arranged properly. That on and at the day of travel, before the day of travel, that is, they have to leave on, I think, on 6th of just a second. They have to leave on in the
Excuse me, ma'am. Slides are not moving.
slides are not, sir.
PPT is not showing, ma'am. Not visible.
Oh,
Please reshare. Huh?
okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Just wait.
Yeah, ma'am.
Sir, just wait.
No, ma'am. IT team, मकसूद जी,
जी सर.
रीचेक करवाओ ना फिर से.
हाँ सर, मैम शेयर करना होगा फिर से.
Yes, ma'am.
पीपीटी ओपन कर दीजिए, वो मिनिमाइज है ना. हाँ जी.
Now visual, ma'am. Thank you. Please unmute, ma'am. Yes.
Sir, now visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, in a financial fraud case, the couple wants to go abroad, Dubai. The wife of the doctor made all the arrangement through the travel agent, and they have paid the money. They shared their passports for visa and all that. But before one day of their travel, they want to contact for the hotel bookings and keep on trying calling the travel agent, but suddenly they found that the travel agent was not responding just before one day. Then by the end of the day, they realized that something fraud has happened. So they lodged a complaint to the investigation police, and the investigation commenced. Whatsoever details they have shared through the WhatsApp, from that details during the COVID-19 period, police find out a person at Delhi who has transferred the money. But after the lapse of about 11th month, they arrested the person who confessed all the things, that he prepared the hotel vouchers and finally cancelled, visa was cancelled. When all the things had happened, the police catch hold their laptop, which was being used by them for all this preparation of the post bills, tickets, visa, and all that. They sent the laptop to the forensic laboratory, because there was a time lapse of about 11 months. So what we see in the saw in the registry after processing those exhibits, that laptop was the software of the laptop was reinstalled in the month of November. It was a big challenge to the forensic personnel how to get what type of a data we can recover. But fortunately, when we processed the things, we could find out all the details, that what was there, that the travel agent has booked the ticket on the name of the family member, but this type of a data was deleted. But that data was recovered, and we could link whole of the trail, that this person has used this gadget for committing the financial crime. Ultimately, he said that he will return the money to the couple, and the case ended with the recovery of the money from the person. And because it is the in most of the cases of the financial crime, the complainant as well as the accused did mutual settle down in the thing. But in this case, beautifully, because after 11 months we could have the such type of information in a beautiful manner. So it's a case about that when we are communicating with the outside agents, outside person in the WhatsApp, we need to be very, very cautious about all these things. You never know who is the person, actual person, and what are his credentials. These are all the financial trails of the documents we could get, reimbursement of the visa fees and all that. We could get all of this. Then in one of the case, it is also very important that we say that digital evidences act as 2 in 1, rather 3 in 1. It is a weapon of a crime. It is incidental to the crime, and it is a victim to the crime. In this case, it happened that one of the political party's worker was claiming that her porn videos were circulated in the media by someone. He named few persons, mobiles were sent to the lab, but no trail was available on those phones. But when one phone of her friend was sent along with the phone of the lady, then we could find that trail, that the photographs was originally clicked by the victim's phone and sent to her friend, who activated his phone after lodging the complaint by the victim, and then male friend sent those photographs and all this to his wife, who circulated the data to the public through other people. So it was a trail was established to the friend of the through the wife of the male friend, because she received from the number of her husband's number, and her husband number, when she was called for the investigation, she admitted that the photographs were sent by him sent to him by her husband. And when the lady, the spouse of the friend, came to know about the relation between the two, even she called the lady, victim lady, and asked her not to do such thing. So that record proves, audio records as well as the WhatsApp record, that Trio was involved in all these episodes. In one of the case, when it was also related to the political parties, they want to blame or deblame. So we were sent with the mobile phone for the purpose of examination. We examined all the mobile phones, but did not find. But when the mobile phone of the middle person was sent, after analysis of the WhatsApp data, we could get one of the message, सर मैं आपका आया मैसेज डिलीट कर दिया और वायरल कर दिया. So with this sentence, we could connect who sent the message, who wants to make the things viral in the public, and who is the basic culprit. So this is the beauty of the digital evidences left by the individual in their devices. If they were properly evaluated, then they can definitely link the criminal to the crime or de-link the innocent. This is another one case where the CCTV footage played a very crucial role. Here in the footage, we see that one vehicle, Bolero vehicle, was passing on the road, and this Bolero vehicle came in contact with this motorcycle. When we played these videos, the police, the vehicle owner was refuting that it is not his vehicle, with which the pillion rider came into contact. When this video was played in a slow motion and magnified, then it clearly revealed that it is her hair came into contact with the rear tires of the vehicle, and as a result, she was thrown away, and ultimately she died. So it is the beauty of the third eye, or we can say that whatever the digital trails are left by the criminals intentionally or unintentionally, they can play a crucial role in linking the vehicle or individual to a crime. And the forensic experts or the electronic experts who examine them, if they examine appropriately, correctly, as in accordance with the rule of law, they can go a long way in the dispensation of the justice. To fight and win all your battles is not the acme of excellence. Supreme excellence lies in subduing your enemy without fighting. So we do not need to have the weapons to defame anyone or to do financial frauds. Only through digital gadgets are sufficient, digital weapons are sufficient to fight with the enemy. This is the Directorate of Forensic Services, Himachal Pradesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your knowledgeable session. Very wide description about all important area of forensic sciences. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now session is open for question and answer. Participants, if you have any question, please ask. So here not any question, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for accepting our invitation. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir.
So thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
So participants, now our next session, that one is the last plenary session. Will start from 6 p.m. by Dr. Nidhi Chauhan. So here 10 to 15 minutes break. IT team, please post the meeting. in last session, I wish to welcome Dr. Nidhi Chauhan, our next eminent resource person of the day.
Okay. Good evening, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. I
No
think
issue.
I'm
No issue.
right. Okay.
So, Shrutika, please introduce.
Sure, sir. Good evening, ma'am.
Good
So
evening.
now I would like to introduce our next eminent speaker, Dr. Nidhi Chauhan. She holds a senior associate professorship at UPES Dehradun. Her current research interests are in the field of biosensor technology, enzyme technology, analytical biochemistry, bio-nanotechnology, and nanoforensics. She has published many research papers, around 160 research papers, with an average impact of 400 and H index of 36. She is consecutively have 55 national and international conferences, seminars, workshops in various cities of India, Sweden, Dubai, Australia, UK. She has achieved numerous remarkable awards in workshop, international conferences with travel grant awards from CSIR, ICMR, DBT, and visiting scientist fellowship. She has many more accomplishment in the research field. With these positive notes, I would like to invite Nidhi ma'am for her session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shrutika, for such a nice introduction. So, hello everyone. I am Dr. Nidhi Chauhan. I am working as a senior associate professor in University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun. So, before starting this presentation, I just would like to brief about my research work, in what field I am working right now. So, me and my research team working on the biosensor technology. It's a nanoparticle-based electrochemical biosensor for the detection of various clinically and forensically important metabolites or analytes. So today I am going to present here the role of the biosensor technology in forensic evidence detection, which act as a catalyzing justice. So I think it is not enough full screen mode. Yeah. So first of all, I just would like to brief you about what is biosensor technology. So biosensor is an analytical device which converts the physiochemical response into a detectable signal. So this is the general biosensor definition. As you know, the in the market currently, the glucose detection device is already available, which is based on the electrochemical principle. So if we are going to read about the biosensor, we can see there are three important components of the biosensor. First is the analyte. Analyte is the substance to be measured. Second one is the transducer and bioreceptor at which we immobilize the DNA, enzyme, or whatever biomarkers which we require to analyze the analyte. And third one is the important part is the transducer. So transducer help to accelerate the signals and convert this into a particular signal. Like if you are working on the electrochemical biosensor, so the analyte performance or concentration you can measure in the form of the current. So this is the role of the transducer. So why we choose the biosensor technology over the various analytical techniques like HPLC, ELISA, there are some culture methods and many more different types of the HPLCs are available. Because the biosensor is, first of all, the biosensor is a portable device. So any layman can be used easily. Second, it is a highly electroactive surface area, so that the analytical performance we can improve in the terms of the detection limit. A very low detection limit of any analyte we can detect with the help of the biosensor. In some cases, we require the sample concentration in very high amount actually. So the another point, the important point of the biosensor technologies is it is a cost effective. If you are going to see the at the manufacturing level, the biosensor strips can be from the you can purchase from the 100 to 200 rupees, and no expertise of this field is required. Any layman can use this biosensor easily. Nowadays, the biosensor has been incorporated with the nanomaterials. So what is the role of this nanomaterials in the biosensor technology? These nanoparticles, once they are going to be in the low size, we are going to synthesize in the less than 100 nanometer in size. The properties of this material is going to be improved or enhanced in terms of like the sensitivity. You can improve it. They sometimes they work as a good catalyst. They can be easily functionalized with some specific group so that we can immobilize our biomarkers like DNA or enzymes, protein, antibodies through the covalent binding onto this nanomaterial surfaces. Another important point is the high surface to volume ratio and synergistic effect. Sometimes we use the nano composite material, more than two materials or two polymers we can combine together. So they show the synergetic effect for this, for the performance of the biosensors. Now, what are the recent advances in the biosensing technology? So after incorporating the nanoparticles, you can immobilize like different types of the bioanalytes like DNA, aptamers, cell-based analysis can also be done, enzymes, antibodies. So this can be help to recognize the particular analyte. So what is the role of the transducer here? Like if you are going to use the electrochemical, optical, or piezoelectric, you can measure the signal in the form of the current, potential, voltage, capacitance. So if you are going to see the literature, the electrochemical biosensors are easily commerciable and they have the high sensitivity and selectivity as compared to the other types of the biosensor. So here we choose the electrochemical biosensing platform. Why we choose it? Because the measures electrical signal as a result of biochemical reaction between the bioreceptors and the target. The portable, because these electrochemicals are portable, can be if we are going to miniaturize, we can it's like a mobile phone. The size of this biosensor, it is highly biocompatible. The biomolecules interact with them easily. They have the high stability. You can store the biosensor strip for us more than 6 months or maybe in for a year. It is very simple to operate, just like our mobile. So easy to miniaturize and integrated with the analytical chemistry. Like analytical chemistry, once we are going to immobilize the bioreceptor DNA, so or any enzyme, what chemical reaction is going to be happen, it can be easily measured through this electrochemical or signals which generated by the this biosensor. So what are the advantages of using this technique, biosensor technique on site? So this biosensor technology play the significant role in forensic sciences by providing the sensitivity, rapidity, specific detection. Only you can detect the specific analyte at the time. So by integrating the biosensor into forensic investigation has expanded their applicability sense, like in the analysis of toxicology analysis we can done, DNA analysis, detection of the various drug, biological fluid analysis, explosive detection. We can detect this different types of the analytes or metabolite in the forensic pathology, like in the blood sample and the urine sample of the person firearm residue analysis. Some small molecules has been left out after using the guns, so that this small macromolecules we can analyze with the help of the biosensor. Detection of the some biological threats, like some viruses, specific types of the virus you can detect it. Like nowadays the COVID-19 detection can also be done by using the biosensor technology. And forensic, this entomology, like after this death, the in the person body, the small parasites or small this insects you can find out, and there you can calculate their lifespan. Now, what are the advantages of on-site detection technique? Like we can detect this biosensor for we can use in the drug detection, like it play the crucial role in detecting the drug and control the substances on an analyte in forensic science. So by quantifying or identify the presence of this illicit drugs in the biological sample, like biological sample, blood and urine. So biosensor provide the rapid and accurate results for the drug investigation in case of the murder, in case of this the other forensic investigations. Now, what is the role of the biosensor in the toxicology? It is going to help to detect the analyzed toxic substance in biological fluid or tissues. It help identify the poison, drug, or other chemical agent in case of the poisoning. So we are still working on this toxicology point. So we have detected different types of the pesticide. Sometimes in the societal cases, the person use the different kind of the pesticide. Mostly they use the organophosphorus pesticide. So we have developed the enzymatic based biosensor for the detection of organophosphorus pesticide. So the sensitivity of these types of the biosensor contribute the effectiveness of this toxicological analysis. Next one, the DNA analysis. So in the fingerprinting, you can also analyze that, use this DNA biosensor. So the specific types of the sequence of the nucleotide which are associated with the criminal investigation, you can easily analyze with the help of the biosensor. So if you are going to immobilize the single-stranded DNA on the electrode surface, what happened? After immobilizing the single-stranded DNA, if the complementary sequence you are going to investigate, and it is going to be hybridized with the single-stranded DNA, or it gives the hybridization signal, so you can easily detect the person to whom this DNA has been taken. So this biosensor actually play the important role to determine the relationship and stabilize the link between the biological samples and crime scenes. Now, advantages of the on-site detection techniques. So in the first one is the biological fluid analysis. So biosensor give the information or help to analyze the biological fluid like blood, saliva, semen. So they are differentiate between the different types of the body fluids, which provide the valuable information about the sexual assault or in the case of the crime violent. Next one is the explosive detection. So some heavy metal ions based biosensors are already developed, which help to detect the explosives or different or specific type the explosive. So it is biosensor technology has been used for the detection of explosive material. They can identify the very small or trace amount of the this molecules on the surface or the item or the at the crime scene. Crime site. So contributing to the investigation of in case of this bombings or other explosive related, biosensor enhance the speed and specificity of explosive detection. Now, next one is the forensic pathology. So in the post-mortem analysis cases, the biosensor detect the specific biomarker associated with the injuries, disease, and in the forensic pathologies. So it is going to help to determine the cause of exact time of the death, providing the valuable information for forensic pathologies. And if the person is going to suffer with any other kind of the disease during the death. So you can also investigate with the help of the biosensor. Now, I'm going to discuss about the work which we have done in our lab. It is related with the forensic toxicology. So in this, we have detected the organophosphorus pesticide poisoning. So the objective of this work are like development of, first we develop the nanomaterials based method or platform for the forensic laboratory to detect the specific types of the organophosphorus poisoning, synthesize and optimize the metal nanocomposite based working electrode, and then immobilize the acetylcholine esterase enzyme, which is our biomarker for the detection of this particular organophosphorus pesticide. And quantitative and qualitative detection has been done using this biosensor for the detection of pesticide in forensic samples. So forensic science laboratory usually receive thousands of cases which pertaining to pesticide poisoning in suicidal, accidental exposure or homicidal case. So pesticide, what are pesticide? Pesticides are the chemical or substances used for preventing or destroy, repelling any types of the pests. So major classes are like insecticide, fungicide, herbicides, rodenticides, nematicides, and this molicides and this acaricides has been detected with the help of the biosensor. So we have only focus of the organophosphorus pesticide. Why we have focused on this? Because it is widely used in agriculture industry in all over the world. So organophosphorus pesticide are widely used in the agricultural industry and household use in the world as the pesticide or insecticide. So these compounds are actually highly toxic to human due to the different route of exposure, like absorption due to the ingestion or inhalation. So it causes the serious health hazards, like it causes the asthma, bronchitis, or in the severe case, it lead to be death. And some neurological disease also caused by the use of this organophosphorus pesticide or consumption of this pesticide. So in India, death by organophosphorus pesticide poisoning is associated illness are observed at the large scale. So in developing countries, WHO has reported that more than this 220,000 deaths approximately per year due to the pesticide poisoning. What are the mode of action of this pesticide? So first of all, formation of the serine phosphates adduct. If you are going to see the structure of this organophosphorus pesticide, so you can find the phosphate group present on this pesticide. The acetylcholine enzyme, which is a globular protein, is going to bound with this organophosphorus pesticide at the site of the phosphate group. So this enzyme actually going to inhibit the activity of this enzyme by blocking the active site. It is going to bind at the active site of the enzyme with the help of the serine residue at the site of the serine residue. And what happened? It undergoes the nucleophilic attack to produce the serine phosphates adduct. Next one is the cholinergic manifestations, like irreversible inactivation lead to the excess accumulation of the acetylcholine in the peripheral. Like, as you know, acetylcholine is a neurotransmitter which is related with our central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. So if the acetylcholine is going to be accumulate or is going to be decreased, it is related with the different kind of the disorders like Parkinson disease or this Alzheimer's disease. So what are the signs and symptoms? So three broad category, like this muscarinic effect, nicotinic effect, and central nervous system, it means CNS effect. Now, what is the role of the forensic investigation? So in these poisoning cases, detection, quantification, identification of these nerve agents like pesticides in the postmortem samples are needed to ascertain the cause of what is the cause of the death of the person, and to decide the course of action in the criminal investigation cases. So in clinical investigation cases, like recognize the causative poison is crucial for deciding the course of medical treatment, saving the life of the patient. So nowadays, like some standard techniques which are available in the market, like for the detection of this organophosphorus pesticide, like colorimetric methods already available, thin layer chromatography, gas chromatography, HPLC, gas chromatography integrated with the mass spectrophotometry. So different kind of this chromatography techniques are available for the detection of organophosphorus pesticide. But all these techniques have some limitations. So what are the limitation of this analytical techniques? Like we need to give the time to prepare the samples. Sometimes it is very time consuming. Complex nature of the metrics, portability. So the HPLC, like these are the heavy instrument, we cannot be shift from one place to another easily. Low reproducibility. Sometimes you can use one or two times you can run the samples. Expensive equipment, it is highly costly, require the high trained technician or person to operate these instruments. So why we choose the biosensor or nanotechnology based biosensor? Because nanotechnology has some advantages over the traditional analytical methods. Like nanotechnology has a wide range of application in various fields, like in healthcare, food, cosmetic, chemical information, and communication technology, transport, even in the space energy generation and storage. So nanomaterials and nanostructure with unique chemical, physical, and mechanical properties have been recently developed. These nano-scale devices and sensors are more sensitive and complementary to existing conventional techniques method. What are the nano techniques which the people nowadays use for the forensic investigation? Like nano biosensor have the potential to satisfy all the requirement for an effective platform to trace the detection of the chemicals by inexpensive method. It gives the highly accurate results, like the accuracy, if you are going to see the accuracy or compare the accuracy of the biosensor technology or HPLC method, you find out that the biosensor are more accurate than this traditional techniques. Can detect the chemical at the very low concentration. So the detection limit is very low in case of the biosensor. Few molecules per 1000 trillion you can detect with the help of this nanotechniques. Nanomaterials based detection techniques are a very powerful techniques. It is shows literature. If you are going to see the literature, you can see that all the analytical performance in terms of the detection limit, in terms of the limit, this linear range or stability, you find the biosensor have the more advantageous. By using nanomaterials such as we can use the nanotubes, quantum dots, carbon material, and various types of the multi-wall carbon nanotubes, which help to better analyze the OPP detection, organophosphorus pesticide detection. So it is of great help in detecting the pesticide at very low level in the crime exhibit. This pertaining to this viscera matrix in the poisoning cases. So application of nanotechniques in forensic field. Application of this nanotechniques in the forensic field, I like to enhance the detection capability to detect some neurotoxins, these pesticides, or specifically the organophosphorus pesticide. They inhibit the synthesis of some neurotransmitters like acetylcholine or choline. So with the help of this nanotechnique, you can detect the neurotoxins, presence of this neurotoxin. Therefore, it is necessary to apply the new emerging nanotechnology for the detection of this neurotoxin in visceral samples and other clinical samples. We can also check. So in the present study, we have developed a nanomaterial based biosensor for the detection of the organopesticide in the viscera samples and other biological materials also. So like the biopsy sample or some tissue samples we can use. So there are different types of the nanomaterials are available, like carbon nanotubes based, graphene material. Nowadays, some nanoflux or nanoparticles, hybrid nanoparticles are researchers use for the construction of the biosensors. So metal nanoparticles, like they have the they are actually very advantageous in case of the electrochemical biosensors, because it help to enhance the signal formation, or the enhance to help enhance the current generation of the current. So in the metal nanoparticles, gold nanoparticles, these are the other than this gold, silver nanoparticle, platinum, zirconium, platinum nanoparticles people use. Nanostructure metal oxide like zirconium, iron oxide nanoparticles, nanostructure conducting polymer like quantum dots, composite of the nanomaterial have been widely used, employed in the fabrication of any electrode. So what is the role of this nano composite? Composite means if you are going to use the more than one material at a time, or combining this. So sometimes, like gold have the different properties, and graphene have the high surface area, and gold nanoparticles have the high conductivity. If you are going to combine these different two materials, what happen? Because of their synergetic effect, your matrix or your electrode going to be fabricated to show the high this analytical performance. So now I just want to brief you about what methodology we applied for the detection of this pesticide. So pesticide poisoning case of suicidal accidents, accidental exposure and homicidal case, we have designed the nanomaterial based method which can be applied in the forensic science. So instruments we have used, like this potentiostat through which we can check the electrochemical techniques, various like cyclovoltammetry, which helps to give the information about the generation of the current. With the help of the cyclic voltammetry, you can measure the oxidation peak and the reduction peak. Now the other one is the square wave voltammetry or differential pulse voltammetry. This two techniques only give the information about the oxidation peaks or formation of the current. So impedance spectrophotometry, we use the scanning electron microscopy, this EDX, TEM, XRD for the characterization of the various stages of the electrode formation. What samples we have used in this study? Approximately 100 visceral sample, which consisted of this blood, liver, spleen, and kidneys, stomach, and small intestine, gastric lavas, are taken for the detection of the pesticides. So this is the schematic representation of our work. We have fabricated this electrochemical platform by depositing the reducing graphene oxide onto the gold electrode. So we have why we choose this reducing graphene oxide. It shows the high surface area, as well as it is highly conductive due to the presence of the after reducing the graphene oxide, the electrons can be generated in the high quantity. So after that, after deposition of the reduced graphene oxide onto the gold electrode, the electrochemical deposition of the zinc oxide nanoflowers has been done onto this modified electrode. So this material has been spread the chitosan solution over the zinc oxide nanoflowers, modified reduced graphene oxide gold electrode. And in the last stage of the fabrication of this electrode, we have immobilized the acetylcholine esterase enzyme by the covalent linkage, so that after 1 or 2 use, the enzyme not going to detach from the electrode. And lastly, we check the pesticide concentration. So what is the principle of the detection of the pesticide? Actually, once the enzyme bind with the pesticide. So what is the role of the pesticide? Pesticide bind with the active site of the enzyme, and the substrate, the active site is not available to bind with the substrate. So it is going to inhibit the process of the or activity of this enzyme, and because of this, the current is going to be down or decrease. So how we synthesize this reduced graphene oxide? It's a very easy method. We use the Hammers method. It is reported in various papers. People mostly use the Hammers method because it's quite easy. And through this method, we can synthesize this graphene oxide sheet in a various different types of the flux, which is helpful for the high conductivity of the electrode. So for the fabrication of this graphene oxide, reducing graphene oxide material, we mix the 30 ml solution of H2SO4 into 2 gram of graphite powder and continue after 1 hour continuous stirring. The solution was kept at 35 degrees centigrade for 1 hour in water bath and added the KMnO4 with constant stirring. After once we synthesize the graphene oxide material, we have go for the reduction of this material by adding the 100 ml distilled water with continuous stirring for the 2 hours. Then 110 ml solution of the hydrogen peroxide, that is H2O2, 30% was added to the above solution and obtain the dark brown solution, which is after that we washed this solution with the help of the 5% HCl, so that the different metal ion can be removed after the washing. And finally, we got the reduced graphene oxide precipitate, which was collected and kept for the drying at 60 degrees centigrade for 24 hours. So this powder we have used for the further analysis like SAM, EDX. So the another important nanomaterial which we synthesize, it is zinc oxide nanoflowers. So in this, we use the precipitation method. We combine this sodium hydroxide and anhydrous zinc sulfate compounds in 100 ml distilled water and added the sodium hydroxide solution during the continuous stirring and maintaining the pH 12 of the solution, and stirring has been left for overnight. The white precipitate obtained was washed thrice with the help of the distilled water and in the last stage we also washed this precipitate with the help of ethanol. So the precipitate was dried at 100 degrees centigrade and this calcinated at 500 degrees centigrade for 3 hours to get the zinc oxide nanoflowers in a powder form. Now results. So through the TEM image, we have seen the reduced graphene oxide suspension and the clear flux can be seen. This is the SAM image of zinc oxide nanoflower. You can see the this nano flowers has been clearly visible in this SAM image. SAM study of the zinc oxide nanoflowers at different scales. We have studied the size of the zinc oxide nano flower, which is found in the between the range of the 100 nanometer. These are the different modification stages of the prepared electrode, like bare electrode. After modification, the reduced graphene oxide, zinc oxide nanoflowers, and last one is the this globular structure shows the presence of the protein, that is acetylcholine esterase enzyme. These are the EDX of reduced graphene oxide. So the you can see the peak has been observed, highest peak has been observed for the carbon material. Immobilization of the enzymes. So in the development of the biosensor, immobilization of enzyme, which is very critical step in maintaining the activity of enzyme, stability, and most important thing is the shelf life of the electrode. So various techniques are used, such as like physical entrapment, microencapsulation, covalent binding absorption, and cross-linking. So these are the different methods, but we have preferred the covalent immobilization over the other methods, so that the stability and reusability of, this is the very important point, the reusability of the electrode. Because if your electrode is going to be reusable, you can repeatedly use after washing, so that the cost of your technique is going to be decreased. So we have focused on the covalent immobilization. Now these are the results we obtained by taking the cyclic voltammetry or electrochemical studies of the different modification stages of the electrode. So in this graph, you can see this is the pink one is the bare gold electrode. So there is no oxidation or reduction peak can be observed in the case of the bare electrode, but after modification of the zinc oxide or reduced graphene oxide, there is a huge difference between this bare and nanomaterials modified electrode. The current is going to be enhanced significantly. So you can see here in the oxidation peak, this one, in the oxidation peak, of this zinc oxide nanoflower and reduced graphene oxide, the current has been enhanced. But after immobilizing the enzyme, you can see in the this fifth curve, the current is going to be decreased. Why it is going to be decreased after mobilizing the enzyme? It is the make the barrier between the transfer of the electrons from the electrode to the electrolyte. So here we use the ferroelectrolyte, which help to facilitate the passage of this electron in the solution. Now impedance analysis has also been done with the with this same electrodes pattern. So through this electrochemical impedance spectroscopy study, we calculate the this resistance of presence of the resistance over the different modification stages. Like in the bare electrode, the resistance is going to be high, the RCT value is going to be high, and in case of the reduced graphene or nano flux, you can see that it is going to be decreased, which shows which confirm the high electrochemical response. So these are the different study, like a square wave voltammetry. We have used the square wave voltammetry to check the different concentration of the analyte. Our analyte is the this acetylcholine. So we have checked the we have taken the different concentration from 1 nanomolar to 1000 nanomolar, and the current is going to be significantly enhanced. And we plot the standard curve with the help of this square wave voltammetry. Now, scan rate study. What is the role of the scan rate? So with the help of the scan rate, you can see the stability of the electrode. Your electrode is highly stable. Means if the potential, you can see here in the x-axis, we have used the different potential. If the potential is going to be changed, so at every scan rate, the current is going to be enhanced, but the voltage is going to be the enhancement is going to be checked only at the 0.2 volt. So 0.2 volt we have selected for the further analysis, and the different scan rates show the high stability of the electrode. So we have plotted just a standard curve for the taking the oxidation. These are the oxidation peak and reduction peak point, and it is show the good relation with the scan rate. Now, pH study of the modified electrode. So we have obtained the highest result at pH 6. Temperature study, we have taken the different temperature from 15 to 40 degrees centigrade and found the highest current at 30 degrees centigrade, which is quite similar with the room temperature. So our working electrode, we can store at the room temperature as well. This is the calibration curve of the different concentration of the organophosphorus pesticide. In this work, we have used the monocrotophos pesticide, organophosphorus pesticide, and the concentration of this once it is going to be the concentration is going to be increased, the percent of the inhibition has enhanced simultaneously. Now, selective testing for the pesticide. So we have used different types of the pesticide like monocrotophos, malathion, chlorpyrifos, parathion methyl, this simazine, savin, atrazine, endosulfone. So these are the different types of the pesticide, but we have found the high percent of inhibition we have calculated in case of only with the organophosphorus pesticides. So study and evaluation of reproducibility of the present electrochemical sensing platform. So we have synthesized or developed the 6 similar types of the electrode and found there is no much difference in the current in microampere. So we can reproduce these types of the technique. Selective testing of the pesticides. They are highly selective for the organophosphorus pesticides only. Yeah. So effect of the pesticide concentration on the modified electrode, like this organophosphorus pesticide we have used in the different concentration, and this is the storage stability is going to be deteriorate after 50 days of the storage. So it is we can store this electrode at least for the 50 days for the reuse of this electrode. Now, this is the table of the detection of pesticide in the spike visceral sample. We have taken the different nanomaterial, nanomolar concentration of the pesticide. We added like monocrotophos or in 0.2 or 0.5 concentration we have added and found the results with the recovery of 99.5 and 98%. So the biosensor platform for the detection of pesticide, that is monocrotophos, was fabricated with the nanocomposite modified electrode with high sensitivity and low detection limit. So nanocomposite of zinc nanoflowers, reduced graphene oxide was used to improve the analytical performance of these types of the sensors. And we have electrode deposited this material over the electrode surface. So with the help of this electrode deposition, the this nanomaterials is not going to be discarded easily, means detached from the electrode easily. So developed biosensor demonstrated a wide linear range, that is from the 0.01 nanomolar to 100 nanometer. Sensors showed the very low detection limit, 0.0 nanomolar of the pesticide you can detect with the high sensitivity, that is 0.384 microampere per nano molar with a good reproducibility, like 6 times we have reused it. So the moderate electrode yielded reliable and reproducible result when applied for the determination of the pesticide in the visceral sample, and it can be used for the selective detection of the pesticide in the forensic cases. Yeah, so I would like to acknowledge the DST and DBT to provide the fund for this work. And a special thanks to my research team member for their outstanding contribution. I just would like to thank Dr. Utkarsh Jain, Mrs. Smriti Gaba, Pallavi Chatterjee, Vishal, Warren, Ankita, Anjali, Mridul, and Nishtha. Thank you all. And thank you. I just first I would like to thank Amarnath sir to provide this opportunity to me so that I can present here today. So thank you, sir. Yeah. Sir, you are your phone on mute. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation. And your session was as always very knowledgeable, and it is very important for the forensic science students, researchers, and faculties. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Now, in last, the session is open for question answer. If any question, please ask. Yes, audience, any question? So there is not any question. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So participants, now I'm going to conclude today, that is the 5th day session. So there were 5 plenary session, and all eminent resource persons explained very well, and all topics are very interested. Thank you to all eminent resource person, and thanks to IT team Maksud ji, research scholar Ms. Shrutika Singla, Arjun, and all AIFS faculty members, Amity Academic Staff College. Thank you. Thank you very much. Shrutika, please share attendance cum feedback form of the 5th day. So participants, you can find out that form in chat box as well as dedicated WhatsApp group. So see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. IST, Indian Standard Time, on 6th day. So thank you very much once again. IT team, you can close the meeting after
5 minutes.